to use the mic so everybody can hear me. Okay, mahalo anui loa. Thank you so much. I am honored to open up with the pule. And I'm going to just pule from my heart. And this is the pule that I'm going to pule for everyone, including our commissioners. Mahalo anui loa. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, mahalo first of all for blessing us today, for awakening upon this morning that all of us is here to do what we are meant to do, Heavenly Father. It is only because of you that we are guided here. We are here to come and speak of our hearts and of our minds. We ask that you bring us the mana'o that everyone is about to share. May it be in kind words. May it be with words that will ring upon all of us, Heavenly Father. And most of all, Heavenly Father, I ask that you bless every one of us that is on their way here. And for all of us that depart from here, we return back to our loved ones. It is an honor, Heavenly Father, to be doing this prayer on behalf of our communities from wherever we are, Heavenly Father. It is your place to be with all of us, Heavenly Father. And we mahalo for the breath of life that you have given us. All this I ask in your heavenly name, Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Halepono'i DHHL Kapolei office, 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Commission, and today's date is Tuesday, December 17th. It's the time is 9:43 a.m. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas, Commissioner Kalekini, Commissioner Kalepa,
Present.
Commissioner Kaneakua,
Aye.
Commissioner Lafua,
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil, Commissioner Namu'o, here, Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present, we on a quorum.
Screw up this thing. Where are we? Okay, today's agenda will begin with public testimony on the agendized items. Then we'll take care of the carried over item C1, then items C4, C5, and then G6. The J agenda will then follow that, and then the commission will recess at noon for lunch. Okay, the first testifier, Kapiolani Yaoya.
Kaipolani, Iaya.
No, Kaipolani, sorry. Kaipolani? Aloha.
My question to this panel, I've been on the waiting list for 50 years, and I have asked numerous of directors from way back, how do you help the seniors that are disabled that don't qualify for Hawaiian homeland? So I've been on the list since 1974, and in the 80s, my file got burnt. My name is Kaipulani Iaya, and all I'm asking, is to help me get what I need, you know, because this length of time for 5 decades, you know, I'm going to different angles, different areas, and still don't have my home. You know, so I'm basically saying that during this process, you know, I've suffered, my children have suffered, and they tell me that, oh, have my children take out a loan to buy my home. No, I'm supposed to support my children, not my children support me by getting a home. I've been on disability since 1985. My application got renewed January 29, 1988. Now, Prince Kuhio, the Homeland Trust, was from August 21st, 1959 to, August 21, 1959 to June 30th of 1988. Now, my application is from January 29, 1988. I am a beneficiary of that Hawaiian Homeland Trust, and I still don't have my home. You know, it's sad. It's sad because Prince Kuhio didn't expect us to be like this. So all I'm asking, do you have something for seniors to call a home for a person like me that's undisabled since 1985? Thank you.
Yeah, Kaipolani, there's a couple of things that we're doing. It's kind of somewhat new for the program. We are doing a kind of like a transitional housing in Maili called, it's being built where we used to have a 80-unit transitional housing. That's been converted into 40, and it's for people on the wait list. And you don't necessarily have to qualify. We're also providing rental subsidies from the HAZA. So if you're lower income, you could use that to pay your rent at this particular facility. It's in the process of being renovated and put into service. That's going to provide 40. I'm assuming you're on Oahu. Is that correct?
No, I'm on Maui and Big Island because in the 70s, we were forced to have outer island because Oahu did not have anything available. Now, what they're telling me, if I get transferred to Oahu, I got to go at the bottom of the list after 50 years of being on the list?
Well, are you living on Oahu right now?
Yes.
Okay, so the transitional housing that we'll be putting into place would be available for you. You don't necessarily have to be from this island, you just have to be on the wait list. So that's one option. We're also developing kupuna housing, both in Waianae as well as Kalamaula, and we're looking at some other sites, including on Maui.
Well, I was told by Micah, okay, that the kapuna can live in the house, but we don't own it after we die. I mean, my children don't own it.
Right.
We can live in there, but we don't own it.
Right. So the thing is, if you do want to have a homestead, there's going to be a bunch of different options you can use. One of the things we're trying to do is avoid bypassing people on the wait list, like yourself, that are lower income. So there's a couple options. One is, maybe you can get your kids to help you build under the Habitat for Humanity program. That would save you quite a bit of money. You'd use your sweat equity to reduce the cost of the house. There's also what we call the low-income housing tax credit rental program, which also provides eventual home ownership, and that is for people that are in the lower income. And then if you, we're also, a third option is where we just provide the finished lot for you, and then maybe you work with your kids and a contractor, and we'll not only provide you with options in your financing, but also models that you could use to build. So we'll provide you the technical assistance to help you move it along.
I am 70 years old. 70. There is no way I can pay for mortgage. My age is 70 years old, is what I'm telling this committee.
Yeah, so what I do is we are working with Hawaii Community Assets. You can sit down with them and they can explore all the different options to you and figure out which
Okay.
is the best for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, sir. Yes. They're a nonprofit state entity. Yes. Can you come to the table, please?
And identify yourself.
My name is Rodney Cavallo. So they would help
Yeah.
with qualifying for a loan, or is it grants?
Yeah, they would help. We have a contract with them. So one of the things that we're going to do is initially award out these project leases
Okay.
rather than waiting till the completion of the project in order to avoid people dying and just being left on the wait list.
Good.
So we're accelerating the lease awards for the various projects across the state. With that lease award, you then meet with the Hawaii Community Assets or some CDFI or entity that will provide you some guidance as to which of the options that I just mentioned, which also includes turnkey, where you qualify for a mortgage. And then based on your category that you fall into, the department will work with you to, as well as the developer, to identify a lot that you can eventually be added to your, and as an amendment to your lease that you'll be receiving.
Are there self-help capabilities in this program?
Yes, there's Habitat. We're working with different affiliates of Habitat on the different islands.
Oh, good. So you're working with Habitat for the Humanities?
That's correct.
Awesome.
The project here on this island, the Ka'ulo Kahai project, where we're building 700 homestead leases. I believe the developer has set aside 30 of the lots for habitat development.
Wow.
So people have different options. The whole idea in this new approach that we're using is to avoid people being bypassed on the wait list. But you know, in order to do that, you need to kind of have an assessment done of your situation, and that's where Hawaiian Community Assets comes in.
Yes.
Then you fall into one of the categories. Once you have been identified as to the category you fit into, then you got to go through whatever programs which is appropriate. You know, Habitat has a program that you got to learn about, go through the workshop. The LITEC is a very complicated, so we're going to require that you also go through a work or counseling program so you know what you're getting into before you make that choice.
Okay.
And, you know, there's a lot of requirements on that one, but it's especially designed for the lower income people on our wait list. And then you also have the Kupuna housing where we're working with Luna Lilo Homes. And that, again, it's a rental, but the advantage of participating in that program is that you have Kupuna programs associated with that. They usually have a certified kitchen program where they provide food for the tenants. And then they also have, just a rental program that's very, very affordable because of the way they finance their developments.
Okay.
So we do have, different choice. And the transitional housing is a temporary shelter, the Uluvehi project in Maili, that is going to be a 40-unit, and we will have rental subsidies for that. And those are for the individuals that really have a challenge and can't really fit into any of the categories. They go into this particular facility, and then they not only have a very affordable housing situation in the rent, but more importantly, we'll have counseling programs such as Hawaii Community Assets, CNHA, Catholic Charities. We have a care facility for youth, as well as a respite care, all kind of different programs. So you're welcome. Okay, let's see. Agenda C1, approval to authorize the department to negotiate an agreement to accept a donation of 19.354 acres in Ewa. Russell Kupu.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good
morning.
to see you again. I'm here again on C1. I presented yesterday. At the end of the presentation, it was noted that I was missing a TMK in my submittal. So I went and updated or corrected the submittal. I understand you folks have copies in front of you. But with your indulgence, I'm going to ask that you not consider those changes until next month. We were advised by our Attorney General that the proper process is for us to get these corrections on an agenda in time for the next meeting. So we're going to pull back on that corrected submittal until next month's meeting. I do want to note, however, that the two TMKs that are noted in that submittal are the correct TMKs that we're referring to. I also want to note that thank you to Jermaine Myers. She shared with you yesterday and shared with me that the correct name of the entity that the developer has created, this special purpose entity to pursue their development, the correct name is Huai Halevai LLC. So that's corrected in this memo. But again, that'll all be taken up next month. So that leads us back to the original submittal, albeit not complete, but it does grant authority to the department to proceed with negotiation on and we've been calling it a donation. Based on testimony yesterday, we can refer to it as a transfer of land if there's some concern about using the word donation. But in any case, I want to go back to that original submittal and ask if you are so inclined to take up the vote on that original submittal at this point.
What is the preference?
Chair? I'm totally confused on what's being asked of the commission. I guess, in Russell's testimony here, he says that they're going to looking to defer this item because it's not properly set. Is that correct, AJ?
So the advice deals with agendizing items,
Yes.
and the guidance given was to defer the second added TMK to January. But the original submittal could be voted upon if the commission decided to vote upon that this month and then the second TMK in January.
My preference would be to have a completed item that we can approve next month. Not do it in pieces, please.
Yeah, okay. Why don't we do that? We defer the whole thing to January.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I ask you, so there is some need for us to proceed with the developer on their acquisition. They're in the process
see.
of negotiating at the same time.
Is the developer?
I don't think
represented
deferring the second piece till January holds them up, but.
The first one would.
And I don't know for sure if we defer the entire matter to January, whether that
Okay.
will
You
create
know,
a
why
concern.
don't we do this, Russ? Why don't we defer this for this app right now?
Okay.
And then you talk to the developers, see if they want to proceed, and if so, they can come to the table and
Okay.
justify why they should proceed on the first part. Okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, C4, update on the Ewa Drum Verona Village Land Exchange.
Aloha ho, Commission, Russell Kaubu, Office of the
Sure,
Chair. Let me set the table why I'm here on this item. This is a transaction that goes back a number of years before any of the commissioners and myself were part of this body and part of this office and commission. So this involves the exchange of property, which has been referred to as the Ewa Drum site, which is Hawaiian Homelands, for other property which is referred to as Verona Village. So up on the screen, Leah has put up the submittal. If you could scroll to the exhibits, you'll see the maps of the affected properties. So this here is what's called the drum site. There's two maps because they're two adjacent parcels. I understand it's called the Ewa Drum site. Drum refers, I thought it might refer to some Hawaiian craft making or some activity, but it actually was a military. At one time there was a bunch of drums there, like oil drums and waste drums that were stored there. So that's how I got its name, the Ewa Drum site. But this particular property, there's two parcels next to each other. The department came into title of this property as in 2006, and this is as part of the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act. So federal government in that process transferred these two parcels to us. Fast forward to 2010, and that's when we start the history of this exchange transaction that some of you probably heard about but don't know all the details of, so that's why we're doing this update today. In 2010, the city and county approached the department desiring to acquire or exchange properties so that they could get this property because it is the current location for the rail maintenance facility, the main maintenance facility for the rail system. At that time, the department entered into negotiations. I believe it was Kaulana Park was the chair at that time. So that it was that many administrations ago. But entered into discussions with the city and county, and it was discussed whether it would be done as an acquisition or an exchange. What eventually resulted was a memorandum of agreement. I've attached it. There's an original memorandum of agreement in 2010, March 10th, 2010, that provided for the exchange of these properties. And Leah, if you go forward to the next two maps, for these two properties, this is what is called Verona Village. So this is directly Diamond Head side of the main entry to Kamakana Ali'i shopping center. So that's the main roadway coming down. Just off the picture is our building. But you see the shopping center there to the left, and then that odd-shaped parcel is one of the pieces. And then if you scroll to the next map, you'll see that there's a piece above Parkway. That's the second piece. So internally, we call that Verona 1 and 2. 2 being the top, 1 being the one on the bottom. So the exchange that was agreed upon in a memorandum of agreement with the city was Ewa Drum site, 2 parcels, which we would put into the exchange, and then in return, we would get these 2 parcels at Verona Village. It was documented so that pending all the work that needed to be done to consummate that exchange, the parties would exchange mutual licenses to allow the other party to use the property while the exchange was pending. That exchange is still pending all these years later. It has never been consummated, but those license agreements remain in place. So we have, through license, control of the Verona parcels, and the city and county has, through license, control of the Ewa Drum site where their rail facility is and their maintenance facility is actually constructed at this point and is in full operation. One of the things that needed to be done to get this exchange done is pursuant to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the Secretary of the Department of Interior has to consent to the exchange. And that involves working with our friends at DOI and the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations and going through all of the steps and hurdles that they have to go through. That has been a prolonged series of meetings and negotiations over 3 or 4 administrations at this point. I'm in the picture now because this administration, back in 2023, I was in front of you reporting on a permitted interaction group that had proposed to do commercial development for a number of our income-producing properties. And one of those properties was the Verona 1 site, the site that's below Parkway, directly adjacent to the shopping center. At the time, the department was considering using that for commercial development, income-producing, something that would be it would make sense next to the Kamakanali'i Regional Shopping Center. So in the workup for that, and that was approved by the commission, so we were working, we being the land management division for the department, was working on trying to get that project in place and get through these final steps with the Department of Interior. So we have been, so I personally have been part of the group working with DOI folks for the last year to try and get this exchange finished so that we can proceed with the property. You'll see attached to the memo, or my submittal, as Exhibit C, the memorandum of agreement that was entered into in 2010 was amended and restated in 2022. It was done because at that point, the city and county of Honolulu had gone forward and we had finished doing appraisals of the property. And these appraisals have to be done in a certain manner. It's called a yellow book appraisal to comply with federal requirements. But the idea was come up with valuation for the 2 properties that are in the exchange. And if there's a difference in value, then one party pays an equalization payment to the other as part of the exchange. In this process, there was a difference of value. The property that we put in, the Ewa Drum facility, was appraised to be $330,000 more valuable than the Verona Village properties. Now that figure, 330,000, it's the difference between the 2 appraisals that were obtained, and then it's a process to pull that number forward because of that values have appreciated, but more so the value of the dollar is not as much today as it was back in 2008. So they make a consumer price index adjustment. But that is the number that the City County of Honolulu County Council has approved as the equalization payment that they will pay. So when the city and county went through and passed its resolution approving the appraisal numbers and this equalization payment, the memorandum of agreement was amended to reflect those values. So that is what we're working with right now. The city is standing by, ready to close. The department is standing by, ready to close, subject to getting these final steps done with the Department of Interior. On page 2 of the submittal, I have a small chart that has 4 items, which we hope are the final steps to take with the Department of Interior. We needed to conduct a phase 2 environmental assessment. We did that, and we provided that to the Department of Interior. We're in the process of getting updated title reports because the ones that we got way back when are now dated and stale, so we need to get those updated. Number 3 is a change in our thinking. The Department of Interior is requesting that we certify to them that our intent at Verona 1 is to use it for residential purposes. And the reason they're requesting that is because if we stay with trying to do a commercial development there, that will trigger a change in use, which takes away an exemption that they have to going through a full EA, EIS process. So they, so this, on the federal side, it's called a NEPA requirement. And they are requesting certification from the chair that our current intention for that property is the same as it was when the city and county held the property, which is basically to land bank it for future residential development. So I am working on that certification, and Chair has heard about this, but hasn't fully come to grips with it yet. So we're working on that. Number 4 is the one that is really holding us up right now. Number 4, you'll see in an exhibit, the last exhibit to the submittal, is a page from, and I just printed it from our website. Leah, if you scroll all the way down. We have a page on the website that describes the transaction, the various approvals that were obtained from the department and from the commission. And then, if you scroll down to the next page, Leah, then it attaches by link all of the meeting minutes and all of the beneficiary consultation meetings that were held over time. So from the department's perspective, and this is coming from prior administrations, we've gone through the statutory process of beneficiary consultation, and we've satisfied that requirement. The Department of Interior has their own beneficiary consultation requirements, and they feel that with the appraisal numbers having been approved by the City Council and with this differential payment having been approved by the City Council, they want to get that information out to the beneficiaries. They want to provide that consultation to beneficiaries. So we are standing by, offered our assistance in helping them to go through that process. In the past, they've done it as a joint beneficiary consultation kind of effort where both the department and DOI were there at the table with the beneficiaries. We are willing to do that, to support them. The situation with the change in administration on the federal level has triggered a change in the Secretary of the Department of Interior. And because of that change in administration, the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations folks are saying that all of these efforts have to get pushed back to mid-2025 because they need some time to get the new administration up and running and up to speed with this whole transaction and with the whole operation of the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations. So we are in somewhat of a holding pattern right now. We've offered assistance to DOI. We've communicated with the folks at the city and county because their corporation council is, they offered to sit at the table today to offer their support. But we felt that we equally want to go forward with closing this transaction. So it's not a matter of convincing us to do it. We just have to go through the steps that DOI needs to take at this point. So today's presentation was to bring you folks up to speed on this transaction that started way back when, before we were all here, but to let you know that we anticipate closing or finishing up this exchange in 2025. I'll take any questions if folks have it.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, so, thanks, brother, for the presentation. Just a question on the Verona 2, I guess that's the residential part. Is that the residential side, or is that Verona 1?
So both Verona 1 and 2,
Yes.
DOI wants our certification that our intent is to use that for residential.
Both, they want both then.
Right. Now, when I was before the commission, I think you were part of my permitted interaction group, we were only focused on Verona 1, which was the piece below Parkway
Correct. Yeah.
that we were considering doing commercial development.
Right.
But the DOI certification applies to the entirety of the two Verona parcels.
Okay, then the other thing is on page 2, we talk about the investigation, environmental investigation. It says, it talks about soil remediation required for residential use. What kind of issues are we having there? Do you know?
So in the chart on page 2, item 1,
Yeah,
we need to conduct a phase 2 environmental investigation. We found, or the report that came out and the investigation found higher levels of certain substances. I think one of them, well, I don't want to misstate. So, but there was substances that were higher than would be permitted if you did not remediate to use it for residential use.
Yeah.
If we were to proceed with commercial use, then we would be allowed to proceed as is. We'd have to take certain
Yeah.
steps in the development.
Right.
But if we're going to do residential, then it may involve, and even though the testing and the findings of these high levels of that substance were found in a specific location directly adjacent to the shopping center, the remediation process has to, we're being told, the entirety of the property,
Yes.
including the site that's above the parkway.
And this, and with this report, it's found on both areas, Verona 1 and 2?
No, so the report came back, they did their study on the property, and the findings were limited, this higher level than would be permissible for residential development was limited to one specific location that is directly adjacent to the shopping center.
And that's Verona 1, is that correct?
That's in Verona 1, but
okay.
the way the environmental consultant has cautioned us that the way that the state reads these reports,
Yes.
if we're going to proceed with the entirety of the property, if we're going to proceed, we have to do remediation most likely on the entirety of the property, even though it was just this one specific location.
Yeah, because there's a certain amount of what they call a plume that you have to cover, so you have to cover a wider area.
Right.
So my concern is that we would want to make sure that those are clear before we make this transfer.
So,
We don't want junk property. We're giving them drums and they're giving us,
yeah.
We don't know yet.
And it's if you go back to the memorandum agreement,
yes,
it's an as-is transaction. So based upon the due diligence done
yeah,
back in 2008, 2010,
yeah.
it was deemed to be acceptable to take this property in exchange for the Ewa Drum site.
Yeah, I would be concerned of the transfer, accepting property that could be a problem for residential, so, I don't know where we go from there, but I'd be concerned about that.
I would note that although I'm in front of you reporting on the status of the transaction, we are, in all effective purposes, already committed to the transaction. We are party to the memorandum of agreement, which is binding with the city. And this was an agreement that was entered into by a prior commission and was committed to by a prior commission. So, in that process, we can address the environmental issues. I don't think it's at this point, we have the option of pulling out of the transaction or pulling out of the exchange.
Yeah, except that from the DOI's point of view, if it can't be used for residential, they may not approve this process.
No, they've made it, so we've shared with them that their insistence on residential to avoid going through the NEPA.
Yeah, understand.
Or, solidifying their NEPA exemption, that this will require us to do the remediation that the consultant has shared with us. It's not that we can't use it.
Yeah,
It's just that we have to spend more dollars to use it.
Yeah, so there could be a cost in the remediation,
Yes.
and that'd be interesting to find out what that cost is
Yeah.
as we move forward. Even though we've committed to it, we need to know where that number is. We have we have $330,000 that is coming back, correct, from city council
Right.
on the difference in the appraisal. Then we need to look at what's this remediation gonna cost? I mean, we're in it, okay, we're in it, I understand that.
Right.
But I think for the beneficiaries' edification, they need to know, what is this gonna cost us moving forward? That's only my concern.
Okay, any other commissioners? I see we have somebody who wants to give public testimony, but I'd like to finish off with the commissioners. Any other question? Commissioner Kalepa?
Russell, I thought I was reading in here that there was a shared cost. Would that be a shared cost for this remediation if there needs to be one?
No, the shared cost goes to the expenses of closing. So you have customary, title reports, escrow type of expenses. Those are shared expenses, but the respective environmental actions and to note the city in proceeding with their project, they had to go through probably a lot more remediation than I think we will project. But and Commissioner Neves, I will ask our consultant to maybe give us a magnitude of expense, what it might cost to project for us, what that might cost if we were to do the full remediation on the full property, to be able to use it for residential use.
Yeah, wouldn't that go to the cost or the appraisal value? I mean, we got all this remediation work we got to do. Wouldn't that reduce the cost?
So I
value?
know that in the valuation process, they do consider that because they look at the phase one reports that were conducted. They did not have the phase two report at the time they did the appraisal. But again, when they appraised our property that we put into the exchange, they also considered the condition of that property. So I don't think we're at the point where we want to reopen the appraisals for the two properties and then reevaluate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from commissioners? Homelani?
Kalamaia'u, Chair, and mahalo for the opportunity to add some information on this. I was actually in this room in 2009 when Darrell Ng had presented this project. And I just hope that what I'm about to share with you all will be considered. So when he talked about that one parcel that had the toxins in it, the remediation, I believe, was to cover it with asphalt. Okay, let me finish. To cover it with asphalt. Now, also part of the Kapolei Regional Plan or planning process for 2010, I believe, was how do we use that type of land in the discussion? And so Kapolei Homestead leaders have always looked at the growth of our homestead here in our ahupua'a of Honouliuli. And one of the things we saw that was missing was a place of worship and a place of rest and a place for our kupunas. And so when some of us looked at that potential for remediation, that is what we would look for. There were suggestions made that that be utilized in that context as a place of rest and to provide a columbarium for those who choose to use it, who are in our homesteads. As for the other parcel, the primary usage would be for kupuna housing. That's what we were looking at, that there be sections, if we had to do residential, to ensure that it does include kupuna housing, one-story complexes, and for that purpose, in addition to residential. The other thing that comes to mind during that period is the question arose about how we could place a place of worship next to a place of rest. And so those are some of the things that our community, our beneficiaries were thinking about. Now in the more recent Kapolei Regional Plan, again, one of the priorities is kupuna housing. And we also discuss a place of worship and a place of rest. But the one thing I do remember is the remediation would consist of covering that area because it was used for the sugar plantation to mix the chemicals that were placed on the ground. No. Any questions? Nope. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Auntie.
Okay, any other questions?
Any other questions on?
Oh, we have another testifier? Could you please state your name?
So my name is Dana Newman, and just in terms of like the Office of Management, is it land management within the department? Like taking a look at consultation again. 2010, almost 14 years of no consultation in regards to how you're going to use land. The EK of our people change over time. Access to certain parts of Aina is important. So if you're transferring land from one area, does it stop us from accessing the area? Sorry, nervous, first time. So again, looking at the parcel that's closer to Vai or Kai, and how would access be impacted if beneficiaries do not have the ability to access? We cannot practice certain things. And we're not talking about that. And again, 14 years of no consultation could really impact, again, decisions that we make going forward. So I would suggest you follow the DOI, get the consultation back to the beneficiaries, because once you change something, you don't have access to that anymore. Mahalo.
Before you go, so but there's been no change. It's just been a delayed or prolonged process with the DOI.
Or our EK changes every day.
The beneficiaries change is what you're.
Our EK as people,
Right.
as Kanaka, change every day. So we gain more EK from our kupuna. We gain more EK from our kula. We gain more EK through our pilina, our relationships with each other. So when we don't have discussions, we don't build upon those conversations. And therefore, we don't make accurate decisions. We make decisions based on choices that were made several generations ago that really do not apply to the current existence of our people today. So I would suggest you have consultation with your Kanaka.
So that is the, we are going to participate with DOI in that consultation
we are.
process.
We're going to have consultation.
Again,
That's
the commission
required.
is here to look after the rights of the beneficiaries, make decisions that are good for the beneficiaries, not based upon money. Our kupuna never looked at Aina as money. We know that colonization has made it that money is important to developing Aina, but we don't have that kind of relationship with Aina. We have a relationship that is our kupuna. So we need access to our kupuna. Therefore, if we lose the access, what happens? We lose all of our ike about that Aina. That's what I'm saying. Mahalo.
Yeah, mahalo for.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for. I'm glad that we had the opportunity to update to hear, and we'll continue that process.
Yeah, let me just say that taking care of our kupuna is a priority with this administration. That's why we're starting to do kupuna projects throughout the state. So that is a priority, and it should be. Any other questions? Okay, Russell, thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Okay, the next item, C5, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program Update. Hey, John.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission, and the public. My name is Jaron. I am the broadband coordinator for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and I'm going to present to you guys just an update on our NTIA Tribal Broadband Connectivity 1 and 2 projects. Slide. So just a quick overview. This is the funding sources that we have for telecommunications that the department currently has. So starting from the left, we have the Tribal Broadband Connectivity 2 program. We were awarded in December of 2020, and we got awarded $17 million. The uses are, setting up the broadband initiative for the department, doing an infrastructure study, and various digital equity projects, which is computers for charter schools.
Excuse me, you people want to talk, can you go outside, please? Other people here would like to hear what's being presented. Thank you.
We're working on a pilot project for a Nanakuli recording studio to record Kapuna stories. That's in partnership with the State Library and Nanakuli High School. We have a digital mapping initiative to show what the current connection of Hawaiian Homelands is. And then we're working on a telehealth and maternal telehealth project with JABSOM and the University of Hawaii. Moving on to the right, we got the Tribal Broadband Connectivity 2 program, or TBCP2. That was an award of $72 million that we were just awarded about 3 weeks ago. The primary use for that funding is for infrastructure. That's fiber lines going to people's homes. We do have some digital equity stuff, which is workforce development, digital literacy, and devices. And then on the bottom in the middle, we have the COVID-19 Capital Projects Fund. That was about $187,000. The uses is for the 2.5 gigahertz frequency. Slide. So this is the award summary for the first round of funding, the $17 million. This is just a breakdown of where the money is allocated. And then this is a summary of TBCP2. So as you can see, majority of the money is going towards infrastructure. Right now, we're going to be focusing on connecting existing homes on Hawaiian Homelands to make sure that your connectivity is good. We also are partnering with the Act 279 stuff, and we're trying to help build out some more homes with their telecommunication. On the right-hand side, we have use and adoption projects, which is digital equity. So we're looking at equipment and digital literacy and workforce development classes throughout the homelands. Slide. So this is just a breakdown of what the infrastructure is going to look like, where the money is going to go. We do have an island priority. Right now, we're focused on Molokai, Kauai, West Hawaii, East Hawaii, Maui, and then Oahu and Lanai. We're also, again, partnering with the Act 279 team to kind of build out telecommunication infrastructure with those projects. And then we're also building out community digital innovation centers across Hawaiian Homelands. Slide. So this is the use and adoption breakdown. We're looking at workforce development and digital equity. What we're trying to do is build a robust workforce development program on Hawaiian Homelands. Right now, what we're seeing is that telecommunications is going to be a rising industry in the next 5 years, and we're trying to position Hawaiian Homelands to be the most ready workforce throughout the state. And I think that we have the opportunity to do that. Some digital equity initiatives, we're calling it digital government, digital health, digital business, and digital literacy. How that breaks down for a little bit more detail is digital government is making sure you guys have access to those government resources that are online, like being able to stream the commission meetings or to visit the TMKs on the county websites, making sure that access is readily available and accessible. Digital health, we're looking at telehealth and also information from websites, making sure you guys can sort through what's real and what's not. Digital business, we're looking at sorry, I'm trying to find words, we know that there's a lot of homesteaders on the neighbor islands that have their own business online. And we want to try and help foster some sort of program to kind of incubate those and have those small businesses grow. We do know that the digital footprint for businesses is growing in the state, so we're trying to do that. And then digital literacy is understanding how to use a device or use a computer and navigate that. Device distribution is we're looking at it for the community anchor institutions to build up community labs, so there's access to that for various homesteads across the island. The next thing is the COVID-19 Capital Funds Project and the 2.5 gigahertz frequency. So back in 2020, the department was awarded a wireless frequency by the Federal Communications Commission. These are the licenses that we have and then the build-out dates. Right now, we are shooting for the 2028 build-out dates, which is the second build-out dates. So this is just a quick update of what we're doing. I apologize, there should be more on here, but we're working through the various.
I have a question, quick question.
Yes.
The phase one on the build-outs, are they all completed?
No, so we can meet either one. So we actually talked to the FCC and we're going to do the second build-out. So we're shooting for the 2028 timeline. So right now, we're working on East Hawaii with LDD and the Ka'u water tank system. So this frequency can be used to monitor wells, which I think is actually really important for at least the island of Hawaii, because we can't do anything without water, and we need to know how much water is being expended and stuff like that. The next one is Molokai. We're looking at partnering with AT&T and FirstNet. If you guys don't know what FirstNet is the first responders network. So that's what the ambulances, fire trucks, and police use to communicate for locations to respond to calls. So we're trying to expand the emergency services on Molokai. Kauai, we're in talks with that Kanui Kapono Charter School to just kind of see if they can use the license to help expand their connection on their campus. That's a pilot project right now. And then on Maui, we're looking at Kahiki Nui. Right now, we just secured a contract with Banyan Networks to provide connection to the bus stop that's all the way at the bottom. It's there to kind of monitor, because we know that there are kids that use it to catch the bus to school. So we're trying to help promote safety down there, because nobody's going to be down there. So it's like a phone service that we're putting down there. Just in case there's emergencies, they can call. Slide. So any questions?
Yeah, question.
I'm
Jaren. For Molokai, you mentioned that FirstNet response. Is that only AT&T, or is it including Spectrum too?
So AT&T is the FirstNet provider in the nation. They're the only ones that really do FirstNet. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Evans.
So, Jaren, on the Pilani Maikekai subdivision, we have that new 51 lots. Are we going to use that final mile cable? Do we have enough to hook up to internet? Or are we going to use, or the only option going to be who's the other Hawaiian Tel?
Yeah, so that's a good question. For PMKK in Anahola, that new subdivision is actually covered under another set of federal funds. Part of our grant requirements is that we deconflict other federal funding. So I believe that area is actually covered under something called the Connect America Fund. So the carrier that has that funding is Hawaiian Telecom. So
Okay.
the caveat to that, though, is since they are using federal funds, the conduits are open access, so there is a choice. You guys, the lessees can request Spectrum, but it is up to Spectrum whether or not they want to provide service in that area.
Okay. In regard to your digital equity program, just for your information, we're working with a contractor out of San Rafael that's doing a what we call Kapuna connection. And it's just basic, how to operate your phone, how to get on the internet, how to protect yourself, and so on and so forth. So we're working with the Community on Aging with the county, as a contract with the county. And he comes out a couple times a year. And right now we're doing training at that point. So we're getting that training. So in line with trying to get those people at the next level, ROPO, to be those folks that are getting those jobs. This is the infancy project moving towards that. We're looking at expanding the project to other islands, but at the same time, this is the only project that's operating right now. It's operating out of Kauai. We're looking at, we bring in high school students to sit down with our kapunas as we go through this program. And it's not, come take a test and all. It's very, very easy going. We have a lot of people involved in it. So it's the grassroots to getting our kids good jobs, supporting our system on Hawaiian homeland. So that'll be our steps moving towards that to sort of pair you up where you want to be. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
I do have one more thing.
Sure. Okay.
I do need help from the lessees. If they could please verify their street address with the district offices and the department. The reason being is if we don't have correct addresses that reflect with the county, it will be extremely hard to get the infrastructure build-outs to existing homes. One of the requirements for the carriers is to have a county-recognized address. So I would like if we could get some help on that, because if we can identify issues earlier, we're able to kind of work towards a solution. But yeah, thank you.
We do have some public testimony. Jojo Tanimoto. Thank you, Jojo.
Chair, I just have one more comment.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, Jared, on page 7, you talk about the undersea cable. We have, the contractor has reached out to us, and we have we put together a group of people that are familiar with, Ewa Kapuna. We have a practitioner that does LIMU practitioner, so we're providing information to the contractor for beneficiary consultation towards the end of the month. The important thing for our LIMU practitioners is to make sure when they bring the undersea cable in is they go under. So we've requested that they do jack drilling where they can drill it from the mainland, from the ground side take it out underneath and then come out in the ocean and tie their cables. So all that stuff is important for ensuring that the cultural person that we're working with has been very good about getting all the information ahead of time so when we meet with our community, they know that we're protecting our INA and protecting our sacred places for our folks. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other question? If not, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Thank you. Okay, when we get started, we're going on item C6, approval of indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project.
Aloha ho, Commissioners. Russell Kaupu, Office of the Chair. I'm part of this group at the table presenting. I'm going to let these folks introduce themselves.
Aloha, I'm Julie Cachola. I'm in the planning office.
Dimon Kalai Manaole, co-manager Ho Manapono, and a proponent of the pilot project.
So we can jump right into the PowerPoint. Next slide, please. Yep. Mahalo, Mike. Michael. So this is the action that is being requested this morning. It's in two parts. One is to approve an indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project on a 2-acre parcel or a 2-acre portion of a 4-acre parcel in Lualualei, Oahu. And the TMK is there listed. The purpose of, or this pilot project is designed to allow the department to develop policy, procedure, and program elements that provides individual homesteading opportunities to indigent Native Hawaiian applicants. It's also to assess the feasibility of providing individual homesteading opportunities for indigent Native Hawaiian applicants. Part 2 is to approve the issuance of a 12-month right of entry to Demont Manaole as an indigent Native Hawaiian applicant to participate in this pilot project according to the terms that Julie is going to go over in a second. So in essence, Demont is the guinea pig for our pilot project. And so that's why he is at the table this morning.
Next slide, please. So you might be asking yourself, why Demont Manaole? Why is he singled out in this submittal? Last year, November 2023, at your commission meeting, Demont addressed the commission on the J agenda, and he presented what he called a position paper and proposal to address systemic discriminatory practices against indigent beneficiaries and applicants. He explained that indigent applicants have been systemically overlooked and bypassed by the department and the commission. The department's practice of rejecting applicants based solely on their inability to meet financial qualifications to secure a home loan is a discriminatory practice. That's what he was stating. He explained that when he was on the Big Island wait list, residential wait list, he had several offers for homestead lots, and he participated in all of those. And he found that each one of them required him to submit a letter from a lender saying that he qualified for a home loan, which he could not do. And he found that because he could not produce that paper, he could not move to the next step, which was lot selection. And he realized that being on the wait list does not help him at all. He could be number one on the wait list, and that would not help him at all because he would not be able to produce the qualifications, and he would not get a homestead lease. That was his realization. He also noted that we had no other alternative for this population that was being rejected. Once you hit that wall, there was no other alternative. You weren't going to get a homestead lease, and there was another way around it. He said that actually our practices and procedures ensure that the indigent get nothing, while those with money and good credit, who actually could participate in the regular housing market, get land and they get a house, and they get a subsidy of at least starting $150,000 a lot and going up to more like $300,000 a lot for off-site and on-site infrastructure. we give that to them, every lot. Indigent applicants are routinely skipped over, while the applicants who have good credit and sufficient income to qualify for a loan skip to the front of the line. So, Mr. Manaole, Demand said he wants to work with us. This is another statement. He made a very interesting point. He said, the department doesn't take you off the list. The department lets you stay on the list. So this is where indigent people get hope that maybe another offering is going to be different, that maybe the next offering they're going to be able to get a homestead. But actually it's the same situation. So it's like, and then he said that he believes there's a significant amount of people on our wait list that fall in this category, that are either indigent or that wouldn't be able to qualify for a home loan. So this was his position paper he presented in that last November. In that same paper, he said, you know, I want to work with the department in a pilot project so that we can figure out a program to address the indigent applicant. We need to address this cohort, this part of the population, and he wanted to work with the department so that we could do that. Because the indigent can't really qualify for any of our programs that we offer. So that's what he wanted to do, and that's what we're presenting today. So he wants to, in terms of his goals, demonstrate that indigent applicants can sustain themselves on the land, you know, without really huge capital outlay of investment. That they could demonstrate through a pilot project that the beneficiaries can implement off-grid living on even the worst lands that we have. He wants to demonstrate that at this point in time, there's a lot of technologies available that can help us learn how to live off-grid, and let's utilize them. He wants to show the benefits. He wants somebody, the indigent, to see the proof, to actually see people living like this, off-grid, without a utility bill. He's saying life is better without utility bills, you know, if you're independent. He feels that he can put a base camp up with living quarters, develop a safe sewage disposal system and a water catchment system that could irrigate food crops. And he could do that pretty quickly, and he was asking for 6 months to a year that he thought he could do this. Next slide. So this is, we're looking at different areas, and I'm just going to give you an orientation to this. See that blue dot in the middle is the parcel that we're proposing for the pilot project. But I want to show you what the context is, what's all around. This is in Lualule. It's up Lualule Homestead Road. And it's right as you can see, I don't have a pointer, but Wainai Kai subdivision is really dense, right, urban, and then right on going Mauka, yeah, you see it's very rural, it's low density. So it's kind of right in that transition zone, and we have a lot of land around. It's also right adjacent to Pu'u Ma'ili'ili, which is a 100-acre parcel that we have.
Michael, maybe the next slide.
Oh, yeah.
It identifies those areas.
There you go. Thank you.
Mahalo.
So, you guys know where the comprehensive is, and Waianakai is. The pu'u that I'm talking about is really, it's the parcel in the back of the pu'u, and actually, when people go on the pu'u, you can see that they access it through this parcel. But it's a separate parcel, it's a 4-acre piece, and it's right next to the church parcel that's also our land. It's a 7-acre piece.
Next slide, Michael.
Yeah, here's a close-up of the pilot project area. You can see the church area, the church below it. And I didn't know that Lualule Homestead Road turns into Halona right there at that fork. But it does. But this is when you're off to the right, that's where you see this other parcel. So it's kind of like tucked away. You don't see it from the main road, although it is accessible by road. So this is the lot that we're looking at for a pilot project. Go ahead. There's issues with this parcel, and that's why it makes it a good candidate. First of all, the parcel was just littered with household goods and car parts, transmissions, engine blocks, piles and piles of tires and bed frames, mattresses. It was really bad. And the more they kind of cleaned up the rubbish, the more they found was buried, actually. That's how long this parcel has been unattended. It's got covered up and it's buried. You don't even see it, but the rubbish is still there. It looked like they had a fence along the road, but it was like all bust up and somebody had taken the gate off. There was a homeless encampment that already had been established on our land there with all their food containers around. And then also the four-wheel drive vehicles used to access it through this 4-acre parcel to go up the Pu'u to hunt those white goats and masrak. Go ahead. There are other conditions on this parcel that pose immediate or that pose liabilities, unnecessary liabilities for the department. It's Waianae, it's dry grass. In the wintertime, we get growth, and then summertime, it just all goes into fuel for fire hazard. There's a concrete drain that runs along the perimeter, the bottom of our parcel. It's supposed to channel all the water from the road into a nearby gulch that's between the church parcel and this parcel. But it's all full of rubbish. So what happens now, it rains, the canal backs up, and all the road is now flooded because it cannot serve the function of drainage, just simply because it's just full of rubbish. With all of the four-wheel drive vehicles going up that pool, it's kind of steep in some places. But more so, the homeowners that live on the bottom have expressed concern because they see everybody taking the moss rock, and they think that that's going to destabilize the dirt there. And now they're in front line, and they're worried about landslides and stuff coming into their house, the mud. So there's these kind of issues with that parcel. You can see here, you see the what do you call it, dirt road. And you can see that it's going from the road, yep, right up there, and it's going right into the pool area. You know, clearly that it's been used for many years. So what the idea is, if we place an individual beneficiary here to be eyes and ears, to be 24/7 presence on the land, that just the presence on the land would deter things like illegal trespassing, dumping, mining of our resources. It's just a strategic placement of a beneficiary who happens to not be able to get a homestead through our normal means because he's indigent. So this is an alternative. We want to see if we can make this work using a modified kuleana program. Modified being because it's only individual. It's not part of a community. They're providing a service to us by being eyes and ears on the ground, by securing these strategic parcels. Since he's been there, he's seen people coming up, and then they see them and they turn around. Go ahead. So what we're trying to do in this pilot project is provide an alternative for indigent Native Hawaiian applicants to secure a 99-year lease. We want to identify assistance programs, like how can we help? If we can give $200,000 to people that can qualify for a home loan, how can we help the indigent to live off-grid, to get set up with off-grid housing? We want to identify benchmarks and indicators to show progress and to guide that progress as to where we want to go over time to show this is success. This is you being successful on the land. We want to, because we're using this term indigent, because he had identified it, we want to come up with an operational definition. And in your submittal, you see that I have identified 2 different federal agencies that use 2 different ways of defining indigent. Actually, one, DSSH, does identify it, but that's based on, I think, the poverty guidelines. And then HUD doesn't define indigent per se, but it has low income, extremely low income, and that's based on an AMI. So you have two federal agencies that really have not even agreement on that, but we can look at some kind of operationalizing that definition of indigent. We could determine how indigent applicants would successfully complete this program. Like, what does the program entail? What does it look like? You know, this is just an idea right now, and we're looking at a pilot project so we can develop the idea, and of course, take it out to beneficiary consultation and all of that. But we just want to get approval to proceed to kind of explore this. We want to determine, is this feasible? Is the program concept feasible? Would it work to take an indigent applicant through this process? And if we were looking for a year to do this, and so over the year, we would be gathering data, we would be reporting back to you. Go ahead. Right now, because we were working together, Demond had a limited right of entry on a month-to-month basis. And so that was very temporary, you know, and we extended that, I think, a few times. But the idea right now, what we want to go for is a long-term. Instead of a month-to-month, we're looking for a 1-year right of entry for him so that we can really look at this pilot program, kind of work on it and develop it. Eventually, the idea is if sufficient progress is made, we've got the benchmarks and indicators in place, we could come for a homestead lease. We're far from that now. We're not there yet. But the idea would be to come up with an alternative that would end up with a lease. So in this page identifies that gradation, that movement from month to month to a year, and then to finally a homestead lease. The last, number 3, is actually a lift off of his existing limited right of entry. I know yesterday, right before you folks closed, somebody asked for the copies of the right of entry agreements, the existing ones, so you folks have that. And this was, the last paragraph is actually just lifted right out of that agreement, which is the activities that he's supposed to be doing right now. Access to the project would be granted to this indigent applicant for the purpose of maintaining a 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week presence on the land, right? Planting, soil retention activities, securing the premises, removing all squatters and chunks from the land, taking unlawful and reasonable measures to prevent trespassers, vandals from entering the premises, right? Which has vehicle access as well. Clearing the drainage ditch, right? So this is kind of like the identified activities in the limited right of entry. Go ahead. We're almost done. So for this request today, what we're looking at is approval to grant a 1-year right of entry. We want to identify what we're looking at in terms of the terms of that agreement. So Mr. Manaole would be responsible for residing on the property for that year, to provide a 24-hour presence to deter trespassing and dumping and stuff, to clear the property of all that household rubbish and carport parts, to repair that fence, to kind of put that gate back up, stopping that vehicular traffic coming onto the parcel, clear that concrete drain of the brush and rubbish to allow the water to flow, subsistence cultivation and residence should be within that 2-acre portion of the parcel, and document with photos or written statements describing the before and after what you did in terms of land management activities. Meet regularly with DHHL staff assigned to work with you so that we could work on the pilot project and prepare a plan for what you want to do in terms of this land if you were to get it. Do not engage in verbal or physical arguments with anyone on the lot. Release the state of the liabilities pursuant to the right of entry stipulations. These are all kind of standard at this point. Assist DHHL to develop this program for indigent applicants and other responsibilities. So that would be his responsibilities. The next page is our responsibilities, DHHL, and the first and foremost one is that these lands were not identified initially for homesteading. They're non-homestead lands. So the question was raised, are we setting him up? Is it safe? Then we're putting him in a residential situation. So we need to check that. So since a parcel was not identified for homesteading purposes, we need to assess the parcel, the site, and ensure that it is suitable for residents. That's before we do anything. We want to assign a staffer to work with you. We want to, we have to issue the 1-year right of entry to you. And, maybe look at providing some assistance to help you be more successful. Engage in, staff review of our recommendations that we come up with, monitoring progress and that sort of thing. Go ahead. And this is the third part, what we need to do together. So it's his responsibilities, the HHL responsibilities, and our joint responsibilities, which is pretty much kind of echoes what the other responsibilities were. Go ahead. Okay, great. So now we're at the land, and you've heard my explanation, but I think better to hear it from somebody on the land.
All right, aloha. So I just wanted to thank Julie for a lot of work that she put into helping us put this together. I wanted to also acknowledge that this is where I'd like our lahui to come to, rather than threaten lawsuits and argue and fight about issues, that we can come together to solve a problem. Because as Kanaka, we can do that. We can come together. We can have differences, but we don't have to be ugly about it. And we can work together to solve the problem. The Kalima case took what, 25, 30 years? Nelson, same thing, right? Why we gotta wait that long to solve one problem that is easy to solve? So that's why I came, rather than with a demand letter, I came with a position statement. Because a position statement is more where you're trying to work together rather than demand that something happen. And I never want to demand. As a person who has served time in prison and have the privilege of being able to be out here today, I have no place to demand anything. I have an attitude of gratitude just to be able to be free. So thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to state something that was, I had this pamphlet for quite a while. It was written in October 1980. It's called Breach of Trust, Native Hawaiian Homelands. And in there, on page 1, in the introduction, it says, it was written by Attorney General in 1951. Summarize its purpose, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, it says, to save the Native Hawaiian race from extinction by reason of its inability to meet successfully the economic and sociological changes brought about in the islands. Hawaiians will be removed from the slums, be given land to work, and be taught to successfully live in the new cosmopolitan society. And this is coming from a Poehale perspective. But from our perspective, it's along kind of like that. You put the kanakana aina. We're going to heal. We're going to heal. So, me, I can be kind of long-winded sometimes. So I just going to say this. If you can play that video, I'm going to let my video that I did impromptu to speak. Because that morning that I went to the aina, I had this rotten tomato in my icebox. And I said to my wife, come, we go to the aina. I do something. And so this is impromptu. So if you can play the video, brother, I appreciate it. microphone for that.
My name is Imam Kalai Manaole, son of Captain Emily Manaole, who is the daughter of Samuel Kalai Manaole and Helen Loreto Manaole. All three Hawaiians, my mom and the children were all Hawaiian Kakao. We entered our Hawaiian homelands, 4 acres in New Orleans. And this land is just like me. That has all kind of rubbish. Things are really bad for me in my life when I was growing up. I spent most of my life in prison. And now I have an opportunity to engage in the rehabilitation of this land. This land that is also being used as a dump site. We have all kinds of car parts, homeless encampment, mattresses, pipes. You can see right here, we have the pipes all over the place. This mound right here, this mound that we're looking at right now, is where all those pipes came from, and those blocks right there, the cement blocks. In fact, that block right there came from this part right here. So this thing right here represents to me the beginning of a new age, new dawn. Kita loa, as they would say, new life. So what I want to demonstrate to you is this simple fact. We have the land that's being trashed, not being cared for, vacant unmanaged lands. I am an indigent native Hawaiian, broken, on a path to redemption, trying to reclaim my life and be an asset, not just myself, but to my family and to my community. And so for this purpose, I do this demonstration so you guys can get the picture. If you can take the broken, the opala from society, the worst that society has to offer, you can take that person and you can take this land that is also opala land, that is broken. Nothing is growing except for that which will grow naturally. And we can do something amazing. So today I have them. You gotta have different types of fertilizer in life. Everything needs fertilizer. What is fertilizer? Fertilizer can be kakao. It has nutrients in it allow things to grow. So, to the Aina, I want to feed the Aina with fertilizer. So something can grow here. What else do you need? You need fire. Why is life? Why brings life? So what we do is, we say to the Aina, drink, and be filled. And then we can take something like this, a rotten tomato, just like me. People said that I was rotten to the core. And look what we have. Mold, mildew. Would you want to eat this? Would you want to be a part of this? This represents who I am. People want to stay away from me because they say, you know what, this one is too violent. It's too unpredictable. It's too much. In prison, I could never be controlled. Either by the inmate population, the convict population, there's a difference between the two. Maybe the staff
So it's like show you the next picture about what happened next. Right there, bro. This was just taken about a week ago. The tomato plant is growing. I call this ukupana'i. Redemption, yeah. Can be bad, can be good. And when you have done bad and you know you're guilty, you have to redeem yourself. I cannot fix everybody else's problem if I cannot fix my own. So I have to start with myself. I want to end with this. I'm not the only one waiting to die on a wait list. There's thousands of us on the wait list waiting to die. In this room alone, we get Lahui, who's here to support this. Majority of the people behind me support this. But more so than that, I want to dedicate this move, first of all, to my mother, Catherine and Malika Manaole Kana. They know her as Geronimo. Everybody knew my mom as Geronimo. The name Geronimo already should tell you that she was kind of rough and tumble. She was 5'1", 250 plus. When she used to sit on my chest and punch me in my face, I knew who had the power. That was my life when I was growing up. But I dedicate everything I do to my mother. Because even though I grew up in a rough environment, it allowed me to survive prison. And in prison, I was able to dedicate my time in learning legal things to help prisoners. I've done a lot of post-conviction remedies. The Deputy Attorney General, you guys can check you guys' records. You guys already know my record. I do that from inside. And now out here, I do that. But this thing right here, you know, I come here and I support things that I personally wouldn't want for myself. Like Waipoli, I supported that. Why did I do that? I did that because who am I to tell Kupuna, no, take that. Wait for your land. You know that thing about wait for your land? This project right here. 103 years, indigent Native Hawaiians have been overlooked and bypassed on the list. Every time somebody come up with an idea for do something on the list, people say, oh, you're skipping the list, you're skipping the list. Guess what? Us guys have been skipped for 103 years. We have been skipped. We are the faceless, the unknown. But congratulations. I mean, trust me, I don't want no pilikia. I don't want no anger or anything to you guys. I'm just expressing that you guys was able to score $600 million in our name. Not one penny of that will touch us. Because us guys no can qualify for a home loan. That $600 million that you guys have is an awesome thing you guys get. And you know what? The people that work hard, you guys get homestead, you guys can earn them, you got the turnkey home, right on, bro. Right on, you deserve that. For us guys who is manahulu ole, us guys, we are impoverished. We no can afford that. But I tell you what I can afford. I can afford to break my back on the aina, to allow the aina to get rehabilitated so I can rehabilitate myself. And that's all we like. Us guys, we just like we turn back to the aina. And we can. You leave the Hawaiians alone on the aina, I tell you something, but we turn them into a bread basket. That's who we are. You know, Archie, you sailed the seas. You guys prove as men of the seas that we can sail from here anywhere in the world and come back safely. You know why? Because we Hawaiian. How do you think we got here? right? So I just ask that you guys support this. Now, I know I'll get opposition. I expect it. I knew going in that a lot of the opposition would be there, but that's okay. That's okay, because everybody's voice counts. Everybody's voice matters. And I'm not mad about that. So thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity. Aloha.
Okay, commissioners, any questions from the commission?
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
So, and let me not be misunderstood. I understand they're indigent Hawaiians, and I understand that, you know, it is unfortunate when it comes to, you know, qualifying for a residential lot that, yes, you have to be qualified. But first of all, I need to talk about our policy. And I'm concerned about this presentation that's being presented by the planning department, and LMD is in charge of right of entries. So, Andrew, if you can answer what the planning department's role in this and why they're presenting.
I'm sorry, I left
outside of
that
LMD.
out. It's a critical part. In November, when Demont presented on the J agenda his position paper, his last statement after he finished presenting it was, he asked the chair, who can I speak to in your department that can work with me on this problem?
Understood.
And he said, contact Julianne Cachola.
Correct.
And so
Understood.
that's how I got involved.
I
I'm sorry.
understand that, Julie, and you're in the planning department, you're
Yeah.
not in the land management department. This should have been presented by the land management department.
We've been meeting with the land management.
Okay, can I have land management come to the table? I have some questions.
Excuse me, can I speak?
No, hang on.
No, it's pertaining to this situation.
I know.
I have a map from-
Yeah, you have time later. The commissioners, hang on.
I already did.
Okay, good.
So, Kahana, your department's in charge of land management issues, is that correct? And one of your responsibilities to issue right of entries? Correct. Is that correct? And limited right of entries?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a vetting process that you have to go through?
Correct.
Yes. One of those processes is to ensure that their insurance for limited right of entries and so on and so forth?
Correct.
So I guess I'm concerned is why is LMD not presenting this? Because the request is for a right of entry, and that is a function of land management. So when I look at this is a problem, the violation of our process. We need to keep our processes together, okay? So when I look at this, you have planning that's asking for a right of entry that's going to put work on our land management division. And our land management division is very short. We have problems just trying to do what we're doing. And this Kuleana process you're talking about is encumbered lands, not just here, but anywhere. So how many thousands of people are we going to have to monitor this process? The other thing is the right of entry, and this commission voted on the revocable permit process, which, and let me give a little history to the folks in the audience, to our beneficiaries. In 2013, in Kauai, there was a lot of newspaper articles talking about right of entries. There were a lot of problems with not with right of entry, with revocable permits. So what happened is the governor got involved. The governor set up a committee and said, you have the authorization to do right of entries for a year. It took us until this past year to correct that problem. And it was because people were living on right of entries, which is not allowed. People were building homes on right of entries, jump in the list on everybody else that's waiting for their homes, including indigent Hawaiians. So to come to the commission, in which we just approved this past year, no living on right of entries, and say we want us to prove this, is a violation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act under Title 10, which governs how we do business. That is a problem, folks. I'm not saying that we need to do something for indigent Hawaiians, but there's some problems with the presentation and who's presenting it. Okay, so the thing I'm concerned about is, first of all, you can't live on a right of entry. We cannot approve someone living on a right of entry. We've already established a rule through the administrative rules that you cannot live on a right of entry. By doing this, you would be violating your fiduciary duties. I'm not saying there's a program out there. This is not the right one. Okay? And then we did G2. We talked about doing all the G2 and the Kuleana and getting all that straightened out. This is now a project that they can't get involved in. But an indigent Hawaiian can get involved in G2. That's discrimination. So be careful what we're putting together. Again, I have to don't come to this commission meeting and give me a document, okay, that I've been working on, 500 pages of document, and this is what I had to read. Then you come back and you put this up, which doesn't line up with what I just got through reading. So, I need all the information. Not saying that this is an important issue. It is not appropriate for this commission to approve this based on what you've presented.
Sorry, continue to do that.
The other thing is on the limited right of entries. Were these limited right of entries issued by the department, Kana?
Land manager had drafted that and chair had signed off on that.
The chair signed it off. These limited right of entries showed no proof of insurance. That's a violation of your own process. That puts our trust at risk. There have been more than, when I looked at my proposal that I received on my packet, it said, we've given them a limited right of entry. I know limited right of entries are for 30 days. There's been subsequent right of entries with no advisement to this commission. That is a violation of process.
I thought they could do month to month. And I'm sorry that the two handouts didn't, match.
Well, no, Julie, let's not go into that. I've already made the statement, okay? The limited right of entries are improper. They didn't follow LMD's process. We look to our departments to do their due diligence. They need to follow their process. I'm not saying that this is not a program we should be involved in, but it's not set up properly based on what we're doing. We do have rules in our society, okay? I don't know what the answer is, but this is not the answer.
I'm wondering how can we do to remedy the situation. I know that under Chapter 171 that, governs our land dispositions, it does allow residences, so that's why we're looking at that.
That's Chapter 171. That's not our right of entry program.
No, I mean, that's governing our land dispositions.
Okay, well, again, we're not putting the right information together for the commission to consider. Based on what you presented, we would be violating our fiduciary duty by approving this process.
How can we start a pilot project then?
That's up to you as a planner to look at the commission's rules and the act and decide how you want to do that. Then present it to the commission. Don't present something to the commission that we know we can't vote on.
So the request for a year right of entry is not the appropriate instrument?
That's correct.
because there is a policy that you can't live on it.
It's an administrative role. It's the revocable permit.
It's
That's
not a
Title
revocable
10.
permit, which is why we call it a right of entry.
It's under the revocable permit program, which we approved just this past year for right of entries.
Commissioner, just to clarify, the revocable permit program does not allow residential
Yes.
purposes. Right of entries do not fall in the same line of revocable permits.
Yes, I
Just for
understand that.
clarification. Revocable permits are issued for a specific land use for
Yes.
a fee.
Yes.
Without any residential living.
Yes.
So-
And all of our revocable permits do not allow
Correct.
residency.
Correct.
Thank you. I have another, some other concerns, and for the community, this plot that we're proposing, that has been used for the past 6 months, on the regional plan, is considered community. Why isn't the community being asked, is this acceptable? This is community news.
Absolutely.
No, please. I'm saying before this project was approved. It's community use. Community should have their word on it, okay?
Yeah, we would have to take it out to the community for sure.
Then, the other thing is the problem is with this proposal, the way it's written, it puts a heavy burden on land management, because now it's not HSD, it's land management. As this project grows, you have a lot of individual projects you've got to manage. It's not going to get done. We're just adding staff to try to get up to speed. We still have problems. Yes, we have, in Anahola, we have a 500-acre project that Hawaiian Alliance took on as a stewardship. We pulled out 500 cars, we took drug dealers out, the whole thing. Yes, we have problems, but we don't live on it. And we still allow our beneficiaries access. And we're still cleaning it up. But they don't live on it. They put in a guard shack, they have a person there for a period of time, we open up during the day. We still have a lot of work.
Yeah.
$250,000, we're probably $300,000 in grants. When we say that indigenous are left out, that's disrespect to those in Kahiki Nui on our first kuleana. Those folks had nothing. They live on the side of the mountain. So there is opportunity.
For Kulana.
And the important part of kuleana is it's a community. And yes, we still need to live in a community. We need to communicate. But having these individual plots all over our islands, we're going to have issues. I don't want to create more issues. I want to resolve issues.
Yeah.
There are grants out there. Demont, you have a nonprofit. There's grants out there. Isn't your, I thought you said you, okay, you're not a nonprofit, but there may be grant opportunities out there. I mean, that's how we got our grant opportunities. Develop a nonprofit. You develop the business through one of the nonprofits, let them support you. And develop, we do have also for folks that are having problems, and it was mentioned earlier by the chair, that we have folks that will work with you to get you into a home. But you have to have effort on your side as well. I know your situation is different, but you know what? When I moved in my home, I had two issues on both sides of me. One didn't make it. The other guy built up from nothing and now is running his own business. He had alas. So there is room there.
Yeah. And we're just really trying to address this population that is not being addressed by current programs. Maybe we used the wrong instrument. We had met with LMD, and Linda had recommended us to use this approach in terms of the disposition. That's why we recommended it. But what we're really trying to do is address this population that is not being addressed currently, this indigent category.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
So this was just trying to give us opportunity to really look at this issue. We didn't have the answers necessarily yet. You know, it's basically we want to be able to.
No, I understand. I understand the effort. What I'm saying that it's misguided. You can't ask this commission to violate our fiduciary duty.
I think
That's what you're
that
asking.
The issue is the fiduciary responsibility is being breached because you are not addressing this whole cohort called the indigent population that we are skipping over every time. You know what I mean?
No, don't say we're not addressing.
No, I'm just
You
saying
as a
that's what-
department, you as a planner should be providing a process, okay? We as a commission will make a decision based on that process.
Okay.
Chair, can I address
Go
a
ahead.
few for Commissioner Nevis? Just a couple responses. The RP program and the use of right of entries. You're right, in the history, the department was issuing ROEs and was criticized, and then stopped issuing ROEs and started issuing RPs for everything.
Yes.
Right. But with the creation of the new RP program, there's still a place for rights of entry. We still use rights of entry.
Yes, yes, we do.
And this is one of the places that we felt was appropriate for the use of the right of entry.
Well, Russell, you were involved in the same conversations I was involved in on the revocable permit program.
Right.
The revocable permit program is what we corrected. And with Adventure, we're moving everything from right of entries to revocable permit. But under the right of entry,
not everything. Just the ones that are intended to be used for rights for
Yes,
revocable
yes, we're moving
permits.
that.
But rights of entry still, we still have that tool in our
Exactly.
toolbox, if you will.
Yes.
LMD still issues
Mr. Chair.
rights of entry.
Yes, they do. They do issue right of entries. But thing is, and LMD has just said, you cannot live in a right of entry.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what Kana said, I think, is that you can't live on a revocable permit. But this is not a revocable permit, it's a ROE. And I don't want to get into extended debate, but the other one I wanted to address is the propriety of planning taking the lead on this issue. So you're correct, there's different departments within the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Yeah.
All of the departments answer to the chair. Chair is the executive for our department. So planning office has always taken the lead on these large land use, Kahiki Nui, King's Landing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the program side of the presentation that is fully within planning office's kuleana. Now, but on a broader sense, all of our kuleana as departments fall under the chair's kuleana. So that's why I guess I'm defending why I'm sitting at the table, because I speak for the chair. The chair supports. He's always supported alternative dispositions to broaden the scope of what we can offer to our beneficiaries. Self-help, rental, kupuna housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is another example of adding to that toolbox, if you will. But ultimately, it all works up to the chair's office and the chair.
Yeah.
So when the chair designates planning office to look at these long-term planning issues on how to set up this program, that's why Julie gets tasked with doing this. Now, she pulls in Kahana and Linda, LMD, on the specific ROE piece of it. But it's really a planning office initiative per the directive of the chair.
I understand that.
So that's kind of how we get to how this group was formed. So we're not trying to circumvent or avoid LMD. We're trying to.
No, but LMD is responsible for land management.
For the ROE piece of it.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I cut you off, but.
No, go ahead. I support what you're explaining. And I just want to say that as a commissioner, some legal issues have been raised by Commissioner Nevis, and maybe we need the Attorney General to clarify those issues.
Yeah, let me jump in here, guys.
Yes.
One of the things that I think is really, really important for this program is to be responsive to various situations, whether it's our elderly, whether it's our indigent, whether it's people on the wait list that have no resources, have been bypassed for years, 40, 50 years, and have been dying on the wait list. Very, very unfortunate and troublesome situation. And that's why we have the Kalima case. That's why the state was found guilty and responsible for this dysfunctional program. What we're trying here is to be innovative and responsive to the needs of our beneficiaries. You talk about insurance. Oh, you don't have insurance, so that's a violation. Or you're living on it. The right of entry administrative rules don't allow that, which is not true. Ka'ikinui is one innovative approach. Waipoli is another innovative approach. The Ewa Drum is one innovative approach. Dennis, I know you've been very, very fixated on, well, the commission, the beneficiaries have to be on the land, and that's the only way you can do it. No, we were talking about innovative approaches that are responsive to the needs of our community, our beneficiaries. If we've got to change the policy, we change the policy. And this isn't a Collie Watson thing, it's a commission thing.
I understand
And it's
that.
for the commission,
Yeah.
and not Dennis Nevis
I
to
understand
decide.
that.
So that will be presented to the commission. We will have input from the beneficiaries.
Yes.
They can express whatever they feel about it.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, the commission will make the decision.
I agree.
Okay?
And Commissioner, just to add to the comment, that's why we're proposing a pilot project, because we understand that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, but you need to start somewhere. We're not asking for the approval of a program. We're asking for approval of a pilot to go figure out whether we can actually do this and whether we can set new policy and we can do the work, the rulemaking, everything that our AGs have, because we've been in consultation with the AG's office on how to go through the proper process. But you have to start somewhere. Today is just the start, asking the commission for approval to start.
Yeah, and this will be my final comments. This is a major change that affects all islands, not just here at Oahu. And if we're gonna continue on this, I suggest that we do beneficiary consultation.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kalepa.
I looked up this word, indigent, and unfortunately, it's a lot of our own people. It's the poor. I'm very, very familiar with this property because my auntie lives like 5 houses away from that property. I know that property. And to see, and the property across on the other side, if this can become a successful program, it's going to give our people a chance. Now, Commissioner Neves brought light to emotion, but we as a people are emotional people. If this commission is to help our people, all of our people, we're obligated to have this hard discussion. We're obligated to find solutions. And this is hard because I remember when I was a child, and I never see anybody homeless in the Hawaiian Islands. Today it's rampant. It's everywhere, and the question is why? We have been suppressed as a people for far too long. This is not a Hawaiian Homes problem. This problem started when they put all of these issues on Hawaiians. Part of this commission's job is to find the answers and give our indigent people the hope and the little help that they need to get to the next level. I'm tired of seeing our people suffer. You're a reflection of people, a person helping himself to get to where he needs to be. If you can be the hope for many people that are in the same situation as you were once in, then we're helping our people. We have a hard job. We're not going to agree. But if I'm here in this position, I'm obligated to find a solution to helping the chair and this commission to make good, long decisions for our people. We're not going to agree, but I'm going to give it my best for all of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Kalekini? Oh, Commissioner Freitas. Oh, wait. Kalekini, we can't hear you. Okay. Commissioner Freitas?
Thank you. Listening to the concerns from fellow commissioners just now, great value points, and to echo Commissioner Clever said, we are tasked with making tough decisions and having tough conversations. We need to look at solutions, and those solutions are sometimes accomplished through innovative ideas that are sometimes against what has happened in the past. I'm supportive of this pilot. I would like to this pilot program, but I would like to implement beneficiary consultation into that program, please.
Thank you. Any other commissioner?
Yeah, no, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my comments, so I like the initiative and the concept and the idea of this pilot program. But I also hear what Commissioner Neves is saying, because I was part of the EIG for the RP program, and so also Commissioner Neves mentioned about the commission not complying with our beneficiary responsibility act, and maybe Commissioner Moore was alluding to that maybe we should have AG opine in that part, because I don't think any of us as commissioners would want to be in violation of fiduciary responsibility requirements. But I think that's something that we need to address. In addition to that, the concerns that Commissioner Neves mentioned, if those are valid, and the AG opines on that, then let's figure out a way how we can resolve that and see what we need to do so that we can get this pilot program on track.
Commissioner Kaniakua?
I'm a proponent of the pilot program. I think that this program is very important. I'll wait until you're finished if you need to talk. No, you're okay. I think as we've sat here and we see Dumont, who is willing to put his own neck on the line, you know, I think your commitment to helping in many, many, many ways is demonstrated by what we're trying to do through the pilot project. I believe in pilot projects. I think that until we get out there and look at what's possible, you know, our ignorance binds us. I will say that Commissioner Nevis is correct in his concerns about where this should reside.
I agree.
And he is not to be villainized here as a commissioner. We are all independent thinkers. All of us, individually, we stand for what we know is right, what we feel is right. And I want to make sure that people do not displace disfavor with a commissioner that speaks out and says, this is not the correct vehicle.
Correct.
And so for you, Commissioner Nevis, thank you for making sure that we do not violate our duty as commissioners. That's critical to the survival and the success of where we move. I will speak again on the pilot project. I think that pathfinders go out where nobody else has been and they discover amazing things. That's why we, Kanaka Maoli, are here in Hawaii.
Right.
You know, if it weren't for people who had the courage to go out and seek other places, we would not be here as the host culture.
Right.
I like what I see in the proposal. I want to see that pilot program reside where it should be. It has to be in compliance with what we stand for here as a commission. I don't agree with one of the conditions here, and that is condition Mr. Manaole's responsibilities. I do not agree with number 8 that says he will not engage in verbal or physical arguments with anyone on the lot. I don't.
Good luck with that one.
I don't think that that is a. I don't think that that's reasonable. And that's not to give you license to argue and but I cannot imagine any Hawaiian being muzzled when it comes to being able to defend his property or whatnot. And so I don't think that's right. Damon, I've seen you come before the commission and talk on behalf of people who are underrepresented. I think that this pilot project is important because we're going to put our sweat in places where sometimes we only talk. We have intention, but we don't exercise the muscle to do what's necessary. So my support for the pilot is very, very clear. It has to reside where it's properly based so that we do not violate, but absolutely full support for this. And thank you for coming up here.
Okay, any other comments from Commissioner Namu?
I totally support this pilot project. And I believe that the process was proper. I don't have any legal questions. Although they were raised, I don't have any legal questions. I believe this is a good thing for us as beneficiaries. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Marfell.
I look up Damon. I just wanted to tell you that in your video, when you said that you're a rotten tomato, I think the key word is was. And your ability to articulate yourself, to come here and speak on behalf of your people is commendable. And so I just wanted to make that clear. I support this pilot program, but I also support all of the due diligence that we have to do as a commission to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I look out into the crowd and I see my auntie. And this opportunity is so keen for her. She is in a season of her life that needs to be changed. And this type of program is gonna help her. I see my classmate in the audience. Same thing. He wants his wahana to come back home. And this type of program will allow that opportunity. And so we need to clean up all of the policies and procedures. And thank you again for that. And we need to make this pilot program a reality. So mahalo nui for all your work. Mahalo nui.
Commissioner Lasua.
Yeah, Demont, I'm going to tell you a story, and it's 100 years ago, because I've been on homestead land for over 100 years. Okay, my grandfather was the first pilot program. So I wouldn't use the pilot program as a designation of your project. What we were called was demonstration lots. We had to demonstrate to the people who started the Hawaiian Homes Commission to show them that we can live on the land. And we did. I'm still there. I'm third generation. So the other thing I don't like is the word indigent. You're not indigent. As long as you have yourself, you're not impoverished. I moved home from the mainland. No job, nothing. I can go fishing, I can go hunting on Molokai. I wasn't poor. I still had, and a lot of the people on Molokai live like that. So to say that you're indigent, I don't like that word. That's calling all of us the same thing who live on homestead land. And I'm not one of those, okay? Because as a person, I know what I can do, just like you can, okay? Now, I'm talking about history going back. You guys don't even know what it was to live on a homestead at the beginning. No water, nothing. I remember picking up rocks like you did. And by the time my brother and I was done picking them up, we had a pile of rocks. And I'm not talking the big ones, the small ones. Because when you plow the field, you got to get all those rocks out of there. Yeah. And we planted cabbage, lettuce, peanuts, eggplant, chili peppers, beans. The problem wasn't that we couldn't plant. The problem was trying to sell it, okay? We harvested our beans. My dad took it to the store. He figured out that it was $5 per pound that cost him to grow these vegetables. They wanted to pay him 2 cents a pound. You can't live like that. We had to pay the water, electric, and all that, okay? Water wasn't there at the beginning. I remember with my dad then putting 55-gallon barrels out there and trying to catch the rainwater. We didn't have a stove. We used kiawe wood to cook. I can remember we didn't have our first stove was a kerosene stove. I don't know if you guys remember that. Go fill up the kerosene at the service station. Bring it back, turn it upside down, right? Light it. We didn't have those till later. Now, I was born in the 50s, but all the way through the 60s, we're still living like that. So I can attest to what you're going through now, but when my grandfather lived on the land as like I said, a demonstration lot now, just to prove that they can live on those barren lands. Kalamula wasn't like Lualuale. It wasn't all green. It was dry. They put us on the worst land they could find on Molokai. The Hawaiians themselves wasn't living in Kalamula. They were living on the other side of the island, where they had valleys.
Hello.
So they stuck us. Kanakakai wasn't what it is today. It was a barren. It was all salt area. The kings would come and use it to gather salt. That's what it was. That's how Kanakahakai. That's what the name was instead of Kanakakai. So history tells us everything, shows us everything. And we're still living in Kalamaula, but with all the, what do you call, electricity, now you have all these other things. But it wasn't like that. Okay, so to say that you're using a pilot program, no. We did the pilot program already. What you do is you do a demonstration lot. Now, the fact that we commissioners here have to go by rules, that's the thing I don't like, okay? Because I'm not going to say okay just because these guys are telling us that we should approve it. No. When I look at the law, when I look at, Kali knows it, he's a lawyer. I mean, you guys going to depend on that? No. I want to see everything. And that's what I'm looking at, and I don't see it. And I don't like it. And so my vote is no. No, no, no. And the reason I don't like it is because it's just taking us back to where we were, and I don't like that. I mean, they made us a state on the premise that this act is going to help the Hawaiians. I think it did more damage by giving us all these rules that we got to go by. And that's what we're doing now. But look, we're arguing among ourselves, trying to follow what it is compared to what it isn't, and looking at the history. That's what it is. You guys looking back of how we weren't living. Well, let me tell you, I know what it's like. And it was crap. I think I better shut up. Thank you, Chair.
We got a lot of witnesses that want to testify.
Chair, can I make one more comment?
Okay, one more comment.
So I guess my question to LMD, is there another instrument we can use to initiate this program?
I'm not aware of any other instrument besides the one that we use already. The right of entry, revocable permit, general lease, license.
So can we do it under a revocable permit? Or not on a revocable permit, but a right of entry?
A right of entry that would
I mean,
be
what about your revocable permit?
Revocable permit, I think right of entry would fit.
Still has
better.
the same restrictions.
Again, with the commission, with chairs or commissions, prudent management in regards to the conditions that are put into the right of entry.
Why are we reinventing this wheel?
Okay, let's.
There is already a program in place for just this type of project. And it's called subsistence agriculture. That was passed in March 2017. Our administrative rules was amended back then.
Okay, Homelani,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
You're
let's
right.
go by
I
the
apologize.
people that have signed up
Thank you.
first. Rob, okay, so we're going to take testimony from the public and beneficiaries, if you guys. Robert Branco.
Tawai o mokunu e keawe, maui akama, moloka inui a ina, oahu kaku i hewa, ko i manu o kalani po. Ni hao me ke kairilani. You know, the thing is, you know, us as Kanakas, you know, I used to be stuck in that indigent, yeah? And I'd like to, say that that is the woe is me. I mean, I know the Mark Connors from the 70s, yeah? I've known him for years, you know? The thing is that he's not on dumb Hawaiian, yeah? The thing is that he ran the law library in the prison for years and years. So he's not stupid. You know? The thing is that creating paperwork, that what it's going to do is to circumvent the situation of how we can come in through the side door. Yeah? The thing was that was me. Yeah? The thing, irrespective, I had to change my narrative. I had to change my thinking. You know? Today I work for Leeward Community College. I do these projects. You know? I give back to my community wholeheartedly. I can come in here with 372 members of God Forgive Bad Boys and Bad Girls, yeah? Because we go in the trenches. We don't ask for no money. We don't ask for nothing. We do them because that's our responsibility. People like to talk about kuleana, yeah? But they forget the second part of kuleana, and that's kulana. Your kulana is to know your responsibility. What is your position in your responsibility? Yeah? The thing is that the act was put into place with rules, policies, and procedures, yeah, so that we need to follow, even though it's the white man's. You know what I mean? So the thing is that I went back to school. Today I sit down with major people, yeah. Just had a meeting with, she's a secretary for the, I was up in Minnesota with the Indigenous Conference. Sitting down, you know, I would never see myself sitting down with Chief Lynn Malibu, yeah? And the thing was that when we were talking about things, entities that is happening in Hawaii, to say the thing is all bossed up, you know why? It's because the thing, everybody gets strings attached to Governor Green like this. You know what I mean? The thing is, this situation right here, what is that you want to expose is that nowadays it's like this, is who you know. Who you know, yeah? Because how my cousin them, younger than me, they live in Maluahai, Kaupea, Kanaili, they get all houses. How is this? Because they said, my cousin Anthony said, oh brother, you gotta know who you know, yeah? So there is flaws in the Department of Hawaiian Homes. But the thing is that my kupuna, yeah, and my tutu teaches me and said, you know what, nobody going to hear you when you grumble, yeah? So I went back to school. Today I'm in a position where I'm already going from studying political science, yeah, to know the law, international and domestic law, yeah? It's because the thing is that anti-poor case, yeah, taught me when we was up at the Mauna, yeah, we came in, yeah, as warriors. We was going to go out as martyrs, yeah. We was waiting for the season of cool. We was going to battle with the sheriffs, yeah. And she taught me, and my uncle, yeah, Walter Reedy said, "Why cannot?" I said, "Why? The Hawaiians going to know us?" Auntie instilled me and said, "You know what? Go back and go get your degree." Auntie, I get degrees already. I get first, second, third, and fourth degree. I went 6 colleges that not anybody can go to these colleges, you know. But the thing is changing the narrative again. It's not homelessness. It's houseless. Changing the narrative. When people talk about homeless, do you know the stages of homeless? No, you don't. Yeah? You get those, yeah, mental health and drug issues. You get those that the government has you get 4 contracts with the mainland guys, having mainland people getting shipped over here on one way, and then you get those that just falls on hard times, yeah? And so what the thing is that in this situation, the pilot program is okay, yeah? But again, you know, like Lauren said, you gotta change the narrative because it's not pilot no more. Because when people come in as pilots, next you know, now innovation, we get drones. You know what I mean? And things start to change. We cannot innovate. You know, the thing is that, you know, Commissioner, yeah, when I first was getting into this anger. Today, I applaud you. Kali Watson has come a long way. You have, the thing is that I've been volunteer with the Youth Challenge. Your name comes up. We're coming in with one program that where we can get our Kanakas that comes out of the prison, Habitat for Humanity. Boom, Kali's name come up, because of, of all the things that he's done. Don't allow this situation to blemish your work, that we can come together as Kukanakas, But the thing is that coming together as one, not, I like this and like, because what we're doing is we're riding off the backs of our kupunas. What about them? What about Polani? What about these guys, Or we can come in. Another thing, when you stay on top of the land, we're just talking about all this stuff that was on the land. There's another issue. Because in Waimanalo, we cannot rebuild with Nahaza, it's because they got to do this EPA thing. What about all the chemicals on that property that you stay on? That's Hawaiian Homes land. Now, he gets sick on the land, you guys responsible. So we got to look at that too. It's not downing the program or anything like that. We got to look at our issues. We got to look at our backgrounds. We got to look at that if we are qualified to be in that position. Because right now, what it is exposing is that who I know, I get one chance. Even with the unions. Today I can go back to the union. I did work for Uncle. Local 65, been with them for 7 years. But I decide not to because I don't like to be part of that anymore, of who you know. I like to be on Kanaka myself to represent, and to be true, to my kulana. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have about 10 witnesses, okay, so if you can limit yourself to the 3 minutes, that'd be great, so everybody can testify. Then we also have quite a few on our J agenda, so it's going to be a long day. So the next testifier, Rodney Kiwalo? Cavello, excuse me.
Chairman Watson, I might have to take 5 minutes.
Try to keep it at 3, guys,
Okay.
please.
My name is Rodney Cavello. I come from the Ahupua'a of Ka'alaya on the windward side of the island. And Commissioner Lasua, my family, are my dad and our kupuna before him, Cavellos, are taro farmers. Okay. When I was a boy, my dad bought a house, was in town, moved it out to our place. Asked his tutu, where can I put my house? He said, oh, you put it over there. Okay. We had kerosene stove, just like you. We had no running water. We had to go down to the river. But you know something? That river water is the sweetest water I ever drink in my life. And my daddy teach us how to drink from the river. He said, you see where the stones there? You see all that bubble? I didn't know until I got older. When that thing bubble over the rock, it's creating oxygen. So that's the cleanest, purest water you can get that's above ground. The best is artesian. So in terms of where I come from and what I grew up with, I do not consider myself indigent or any of our people indigent except this. Indigence describes the characteristic of a person's life now. You have alcoholics. You have drug addicts. You have people that are houseless. There is no such thing as homeless in Hawaii. There is just houseless. Where is home? Here. This is home. Just no more house. Okay. So I support this project, this pilot project, because it will have far-reaching effect to the people that the Hawaiian homelands cannot presently help because of its limitations. You know, us Hawaiians, we look at issues and problems not as no can. We look at it as how can. When you look at something and you find a way to make it happen, now the story changed. Now you're no longer indigent. Now you are what they call proactive. You are an entrepreneur, someone that creates. And that's us Hawaiians. We the wayfinders. We came into the Pacific Ocean. Nobody was here. 2 minutes.
Okay, good.
Nobody was here. Okay? But we found it. Why? We navigate the stars, the waves, the currents, the winds, the birds, everything. We were one with God. We just didn't know it. We worship Ku, Kane, Kanaloa, Lono. Our people healed the sick, raised the dead, just like Jesus did. Okay? But under questionable circumstances. 98% of our people converted to Christianity in our history. That is perhaps, I would say, the most conversion of any people in the world in the history of Christianity. Why did we convert? Simple. Choices. Good? Questionable? Or purity? This is pure. Because it's based upon the one principle that us Hawaiians have in us, in our pu'uvai, our heart, and that is love. And I would beg the commissioners to remember that we are about love. That's where we come from. And this project is the expression of love. You have your rules and regulations that you have a responsibility to uphold. But I would caution the commissioners to not stick to the letter of the law, but rather to examine what is possible. Because if you look far and deep enough, all things are possible in life. There is no restriction unless you put it right there, between the ears. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know what, we're going to take a half an hour break so our commissioners can, feed themselves for lunch, and then we'll be back in half an hour rather than an hour. So we got quite a few people that are going to testify not only on this item, but also on the J agenda. So we need a short break. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. We've got quite a few testifiers. Next up, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee. I come to testify regarding the issuance of a 12-month right of entry permit to Demont Kalai Manaole, the selected indigent Native Hawaiian beneficiary applicant to participate in a pilot project exclusively created just for him and no other indigent waitlister or waitlister. I am part of a group of women that come to Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings to testify on agenda items and address the commission with our J agenda concerns. Some of us take vacation time off from work. Most of us are caregivers of our vulnerable family members. Myself and many of the other women testifiers have lifetime experiences working for private companies, nonprofits, and government agencies. Women that attend church, I attend St. Jude Church for 25 years. We volunteer to serve our church, and we volunteer to serve our community on neighborhood boards, neighborhood security watch teams, food distributions, food deliveries, community cleanups and homestead associations, etc. We don't put ourselves on a pedestal. We give and serve from our heart. When we address the commission, we testify and speak to the issue that's being presented and the people involved with it. We don't give testimony to attack other testifiers and their mana'o. But yesterday, during Demont's testimony on C1, he attacked us testifiers. Yesterday, while he gave his testimony in support of C1, he stated, and I quote, "Attack, attack, attack, attack. We get our own people attacking our own people. We no can move forward." Do you think he would speak this way if a man as big as him was in the room testifying as we did? Ku kia I mauna kea. There are Hawaiians on both sides of the issues. Hawaiians for TMT telescope, Hawaiians against the desecration of Mauna Kea. Some testify with their bodies blocking a road. Others testify with our voices at legislature, city council, neighborhood boards, and Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings. How did Demont Manaole get Chair Cully Watson to approve a limited right of entry in July 2024 so that he could exclusively take possession of 2 acres of land on a 4-acre parcel of DHHL lands on Lualule Homestead Road? A parcel that is located in a developed community with access to hookup to water, electricity, sewer, landline, cable, and the internet. How did Demont get chosen to exclusively participate in a pilot program that was never brought to the beneficiaries for consultation? Demont speaks about women attacking other women, yet Demont fails to disclose to commissioners that he's a violent man that attacks and abuses women. Demont is a lifetime.
Jermaine, I'm not gonna allow you to attack him.
Okay.
And the rules allow me to assert that the
I'm going to be
restriction.
censured by you.
No, just talk to the subject matter, which is this issuance of
Okay, if you
pilot
don't want him
project
to be
lease. And
censured.
you're actually over your time.
Well, I'm asking about your due diligence because he received 7 lifetimes to be served, and I want to know.
Again, I'd
Did
like you to.
Did
I'd
you
like
do
you
your
to
due
focus in
diligence
on
that
the
he cannot
project.
occupy,
Okay, your time
reside
is
in a
up.
home
Thank you. Your time is
1,000
up.
feet from a
Your
school?
time is up. Thank you.
Did you do
Thank
your
you.
due diligence 1,000
Your
feet
time
from a
is up.
school?
Okay, next, Dana Newman.
So first and foremost, again, my name is Dana Newman. I just wanted to, Auntie Lynette had to leave, and it's not fair that a kupuna has to leave and not give her voice to the subject matter. And she just wanted to say that she supports this pilot project. She agreed that Kanaka need to be on the AINA for both AINA and for people to thrive. The commission can make that happen way more quickly than supporting the pilot. And number 3 was, I am supportive of immediately allowing beneficiaries on the AINA because having people physically present to manage vacant lands that have the potential to contribute to wildfires can be cause for concern. DHHL can't manage those lands, but beneficiaries have the potential to be good managers if they are on the land, and the commission can make that happen. For me, on a personal level, my ohana has been on the homestead in Lanakuli for some time, along with Jermaine's ohana, and we have a way different view of looking at things in terms of, when people struggle, some of the things that come up is you either cause harm to someone else because you don't know a different way. And definitely, Demont has served his time, and he's out, and he's trying his best to do what is good for not only himself, for other Kanaka who have the same kind of situations that they're running into. The suggestion that if you cause crime, you don't have a place in homesteads, ridiculous. Because I heard many times that people talk about, they're not homeless, they're houseless. Well, if you don't have AINA to access, you're neither homeless or houseless. You're a nomad, I don't know, going from one beach to the next beach so having AINA or having Pilina to AINA is very important because within our culture, how do you build kula'iwi? How do you practice any of our family practices if you don't have access to AINA? And yes, some people argue that, you can go anywhere to do these practices, but we don't have access. And what controls we have as a commission that looks after beneficiaries should really put the power back into our commissioners to really look at practices that exist within our families, but you continue to stop the practice from occurring because we have so many administrative rules that suggest you cannot do this and you cannot do that. That's all I have to say. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Homalani Shadel. Okay.
Aloha.
Aloha.
The first thing I want to do is apologize to our commissioners and to all of you for the outbursts earlier. I do apologize for that, but it is so frustrating for me to sit there after being in this room and knowing that there are options for our people. The second thing I want to say is that I noticed that our prince's picture is on the floor. I have only seen in this room that happen twice. This is the second time where that picture fell and hit the head of the chairman. As Hawaiians, we have different things gives us different signs. The exchange between commissioners and their sharing of mana'o. I heard the word innovation. I don't have a problem with being innovative. But again, why are we reinventing the wheel? In March of 2017, our admin rules were amended to include a new subsistence agricultural homestead lease. The subsistence ag homestead lease is for smaller lots, not to exceed 3 acres. The administrative rules require subsistence ag homestead lessees to cultivate their lots with plants and/or animals. Farm plans are not required, and the construction of a house and residence on the lot is optional. To me, we already have something in place that could address what this pilot project is being presented to us. Again, why are we reinventing the wheel? I don't understand. This has, for me, it was a struggle about this one because I was focused on other items on the agenda. And when I look at this, I'm not looking at the Mont. I'm not. Because I know that his intent is not just to help himself, but to help all those on our wait list. I am looking at the applicants that are on the wait list. But we need to be careful, which is what Commissioner Neves was pointing out to all of you. There is a process in place, and you have a fiduciary duty. Defer this and look at the subsistence agricultural program. And if it applies to what the pilot project is being presented as, then use it. Use the tools we already have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next testifier, Kauka Ohu Wahikui. Hello?
Ho mai kako huahilani no poia mai au no hova makeala nui o kumai po. E ku kou makua kane vela hilani wahilani sinia no laila e ku kou makua hane makua hine pikake wahilani. Ku hone ana o Nanakuli. Aloha, my name is Kauko Huahilani. Hail from Puea, Waianae Valley Homestead. Been up there from the beginning, 77. Was born and raised Nanakuli Homestead, First Road. My dad is Vela Ahilani, my mom is Pikake. I come in support of this pilot project. I'm also on lessee. So people ask me, how come? Well, you and lessee, you already get your INA. How come you're going to go and go for capo this? Why? Because we get 30,000 still on the list. And if there's a way that we can get this administration from all those that came before, that we still get 30,000 on the list, if this is an opportunity to put our people, as the Homestead Act declared, to rehabilitate Kanaka on the Aina. Heli kaina, e Kanaka kikoa. So I'm here, and I kind of follow my sister Jermaine. We're all from the same moku. But my brother, he did his time. And in my heart, I don't think he's just looking at. In our history, there was trendsetters that had to sacrifice and made differences. Yeah? You guys can recall the Battle of Kuomo Obe was because Aikapa was broken. Kekua Kalani, who was Kamehameha Paea's nephew, said, Ahole, why are we going to break something that needed to be broken? But he made the ultimate mohai. Him and his beautiful wife, Manono, and 300 of the Yanako, they're still there at Kuomo'o. Although they lost, but they made that sacrifice and put themselves up there, not only for them, for the Lahui and the next 7 generations. So I applaud what Brother Manaole did, and being a trendsetter. Somebody got to do something first. Somebody got to be the one for being a trailblazer to make a template. And like what Uncle Asal said, our kupuna are ready. Yeah, they're ready and laid on template. Each of us as Kanako Iwi, our kupuna and lay on template for us. That's Aloha Aina o Ye'io. Right? My grandparents was with the LaSalles. They was the first up Molokai. They went from Kalamahula to Ho'olehua. But I'm here in support as a lessee for all those that still on. Because you sing it to the choir now. Okay, we Kanako Iwi in our own ancestral lands. Why we on the bottom? Everything. Socially, economically, the most incarcerated, the most freaking sick. Well, this is an opportunity to help our Kanaka heal. And if there's, and I get what Commissioner Neves said. Mahalo, you crossing your T's, dotting your I's, but also concur with everybody else over here saying that, okay? Maybe if there's a way to reward everything, this so that we can hold more and get this project going, so that we give hope to our people. We give hope to our people that cannot speak for themselves, Lahui Hawaii, that see it on the bottom. We come from generational trauma. To me, it's from 1778 when Captain Crook first came, and everything else went forward. And we are the byproducts. Why I gotta suffer in my own ancestral lands? So with that being said, I am strong support. Tita Jermaine and Kalamaya, it seemed like he was attacking brother for whatever reason, but he's still in Kanaka. Hewa yau mau mau. Ahiki ke aloha aina hope loa. Mai po ina ku umo I wahine lilio kalani me nā tupuna. Aloha.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the next testifier, Lina Suzuki.
Hi, aloha everybody.
Hello.
So I'm here in support of Demont, and I kind of wanted to put a challenge out to you guys as all commissioners. I hear leases talking and I hear waitlisters talking. And a lot of times in the different meetings that I go to or I Zoom in, I hear the leases opposing the waitlisters. And so if there's a way that as a commission, you guys can go around the island and get these waitlisters' voices heard. There's a lot of times in our Moko of Waianae that our waitlisters are houseless. And so who is talking to them? Who is seeing what can work for them? And those that are leasees, that have beautiful homes and beautiful lands, take care of your homestead, take care of your village, because your village is important to make sure it's thriving so the next village can thrive and be the example of what it looks like to be a strong Native Hawaiian community. So if there's any way that you guys can try and set up meetings to allow waitlisters to let their voices be heard. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next testifier, Nani Peterson.
Hello, my kako. First, before I say anything, I just wanted to show you guys the queen, and her in prison, because this is significant to where we are today. Yeah, we perpetuate the heva, which is why we're not ulupono, why we're not thriving. Yeah, and this is a symbol of the continuation of the suppression. Yeah, by us perpetuating these rules and policies that you have the power to change. So I encourage the commission to start with that. Talk about it. What do we need to change in our policies of today? Because it's different than yesterday. Yeah, all the things that happened yesterday are different from today. And so Uncle Lawrence, I mahalo you and your ohana for setting the stones. Yeah, taking care of that pilot project of that time. It's a different time now. And our people back then they might not have wanted or was discouraged or frustrated or whatever. Right now we need them. We definitely need them. Yeah, and so finding a way to make that happen is super important. That's not my testimony. I gotta start with an Oli, Kalamai. And this Oli talks about our leaders, not just, and not pointing any fingers, but all our leaders, not doing right at the moment, to turn their ways and find the source to make it right for us, to ho'ola, to bring life to our aina, to bring life to us, our kanaka. E huli e te apua, e kala e te apua, e kala I ka hala o na ali. I hola kaina, I hola ke kanaka. E kala I ka hala o na kahuna. I hola kaina, I hola ke kanaka. E kala I ka hala o kahu, kamakainana. I hola kaina, I hola ke kanaka. He pule kala hala ke ia ia oe, mama wanua. Ke olu olu. E nā lāla hano hano o ka aha ho na o wau ai na ho pulupula. O ke ia papahana ho o maka he moku ola no ko kako kanaka o iwi. He wahi e ho o pili hou ai I ke one hanau. Kai e ho o maka ai ka ho ola. Ke pani ana o na eha o na hanau na I hala. A e pani ia me ka haa heo. Ke kule ana a me ka ikaika. Ma o ka ai ana ke ia papahana. E haawi ana o ko I na ohana. I ka manawa e ulu ai. Mālama ai ka aina o nā kupuna. A e hoi hoi ai ka mooku au hau. I haki lo ihi. E ia ka manawa e hapa e a e ai I ko kākou po e. A e ai ho ai I ko kākou wā e hiki mai ana. Me ka hano hano a me ka mana o lana. To the esteemed Hawaiian Homes Commission, this pilot program is not just an initiative, it is a lifetime for our kanaka o iwi. It offers the promise of reconnection to the Aina, a place where healing begins, where generational trauma can be replaced with pride, purpose, and resilience. By approving this, you give families the opportunity to thrive, to cultivate the land of their ancestors, and to restore a legacy too long interrupted. Let us seize this moment to uplift our people and empower them to reclaim their future with dignity and hope. To those opposing this pilot project, I humbly ask you to see the greater vision. While waiting for vacant lots or applying for agricultural land or existing pathways, they are not sufficient to address the deep urgency our kanaka o iwi face today. This pilot program is an innovative solution that bridges gaps, providing immediate access to resources that heal generational wounds and restore dignity. Supporting this initiative will not detract from others waiting. It will set a precedence for faster, smarter action and opportunities for all. Let us move forward together, creating solutions, not divisions. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Misana Aldiger.
Hello, Chairman. Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
My name is Mizana Aldiger, and I just want to share some stuff that, as a waitlister, I looked at Demont. He's 11,299 on the list. In 23, he applied. I'm here. I applied in 1985. As far as his pilot project, there's a lot going on up there. You got Eric Enos and his Ka'ala Farms. There's a lot of pilot projects happening. But to allow this 2 acres to be a residential pilot project for the Moku, whereas these are the same people that, Kali, you kicked out of Ulukekukui, that is already established. If they want that project, they got acreage to plant on, they got homes they can already go in, and they can house these people. So what I'm seeing is we pick and choose what project we're gonna support. Give them that Ulukekukui project to oversee. There's a lot of planting, because now I come in with a fence. I heard, Kaukaohu, that's my classmate, he has a lease. I don't. And I don't think it's fair. We're opening a new can of worms, because by allowing him to do this, a lot of people like me who's been waiting, I'm going to start occupying other lands where, actually what I want to say is, you know, Demont approves everything you came up with. Your Kauai, I've been hearing a hearing where Kauai came up, he in support. Everything you had going, he in support. And the roundabout way, now you get these guys supporting him. This is what I gotta do? I gotta come and support? I cannot say my piece. Because the outcome is, I support Kali, and then I get to have this rule breaking, this right of entry laws get to change on the spot, because I have an idea to come in as indigent. I was also indigent. But I end up educating, like how Bronco talked about. You know, I just feel as if we who was prior to him coming in 2023, is going to be cheated out of the opportunity that I could give my generational, my children, their children. And with that, think before you guys make your decision. Because I've been on that list from 1985. I'm the youngest of 12. My kupunas waited. We live in the valley of Lualuale, Halona Road, for over 100 years. I asked you for that parcel where they're doing that pit, and it's still a rock pit. They still, right across where that property is located, directly across that rock pit, I requested, because our family lives there, I would be able to pull water, and the answer was no. But now, for over 5 years, they've been selling the rocks. That's a legal rock pit that's building walls and making money off of the Kanaka, off of that property up on Halona Road, right on the bend. With that, thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Next testifier, Lynette Cruz. Okay. How about James Cowles? Excuse me.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Nevis, and all the gentlemen that's sitting on this board that served in the military. I thank you for your service. And I want to thank the commissioners that are listening online. I am not a beneficiary. I'm not even Hawaiian. I've lived here since 1976. I got out of the military after the war that nobody wanted. I served. When I moved here at first, I didn't know anything about Hawaiian. My wife is Hawaiian Chinese. My father-in-law was 100% Hawaiian in Hilo. He waited over 40 years for property. He finally got one after he retired. He made good money. He made over $200,000 a year or more. And it took him 40 years to get a property. But when he did, he got a house, he renovated it. 3 years later, he passed away. And to me, I felt, that's a waste. And I didn't know anything about, all the years I've been hearing about waitlisters this, waitlisters that, beneficiaries this. What are they talking about? I didn't know anything about it. Until I started listening. And I was thinking, okay, now I know what the Hawaiian people are going through. I'm originally from Flint, Michigan, by way of military. I moved here. And I was thinking, okay, the Hawaiian people over here, they're not getting a fair shake. They're not. And I'm here I've known Mr. Demont a very short time. But from talking to him and talking story with him and sitting down and laughing and everything else, and I learned about his past. So what? That's his past. His past is gone. It's today. He's willing, and Mr. Nevis, you are right partly. What he's trying to do is you should bring it before the community. Well, that's what we have back here. I've been listening to all the people sitting back here. You have the community back here. And everybody, all you commissioners, yeah, you guys have your different ideas. That's, for a white word is, that's democracy. Everybody can agree, everybody cannot agree. That's fine, but you work it out. And that's what I think you should do with Mr. DeMont. The others push back. They always push back in everything. But you folks got to get together and try to work something out. This is a good program. He's willing to put in the sweat equity, clear the property. That property was a dump. I lived by that property for about 15 years. And I see everybody coming in with their Opala, dumping it on that property. And I inquired about the property, and everybody went around there telling me, oh, that's Hawaiian land. Why is Hawaiian land and homelands allowing them to dump rubbish? Give me 1 minute, please. Why is Hawaiian lands allowing them to dump rubbish on their property? But I found out Hawaiian land didn't even know they were dumping rubbish on their property. But he's willing to go on their property, clear it out, and do something with that property that nobody wants. But I want to, I don't know if my words have any weight with you folks, being I'm not a beneficiary, but I support him for what he's doing. And I believe in second chances for what he went through and what he did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next testifier, Patty Teruya.
Mahalo. Aloha, I'm Patty Kahanamoku Teruia, beneficiary Nanakuli Moku. Aloha to our lahui. Good to see everyone here. Haven't seen you for so long. Aloha. So my testimony is this, that it has good intentions that DHHL should be looking at better serving low-income beneficiaries. But like many other ideas from this administration, it's poorly executed. No beneficiary consultation, no communication. If another beneficiary would come to DHHL and ask for the same benefit that we're offering to Brother DeMont, how is DHHL going to respond to that request? This should be a good idea as put forward for all waitlisters on ag lots. I also would like to bring up that the agriculture list in Oahu has never been awarded for maybe over 20 years. I think it's time that you're commissioned to look at the ag lots and let's start awarding our ag lots waitlisters. I brought up many times of 2 big ag lots located in Wainaimoku. And it is not to remove somebody, but it's to give fairness to other waitlisters on ag. For Nanakuli Ranch, 486 acres, that should be split up to be offered to other waitlisters on ag. For Lyman Ranch, 1,888 acres for one family. No, we should split it up and offer to other waitlisters that are waiting for ag lots. This is what you call fairness to our Kanaka Maolis that are waiting. I'm not here to be against DeMont and his ohana. I want to see more offering and awards to our waitlisters. Then we wouldn't be here oppositioning or fighting among each other. This is not what our lahui in Wainaimoku is about. This is not what I'm here. I'm not here to be against any of your oppositions, but we should take a look at that. DeMont, you brought up about the $600 million, Act 279. I'm going to tell you, Wainaimoku, if you're here today, you should speak out and ask them why Miley Development, the old Voice of America, we had $35 million in there for Act 279 for 147 homes, 3 beneficiary consultations that we wanted this lot, and it was taken away. It was taken away and then moved to another project. Today, Waianae has no Act 279 projects. Commissioners of Oahu, fight for us in our Wainaimoku. We want that Aina to be developed for our people to come home from the mainland, to come home and reside in Nanakuli or Maili. That's what we want. We want fairness for every Kanaka that is here. I have served for 4 years, keep fighting for our people, Kanaka. I was removed because maybe I got one big mouth, but it is for my people. It's never for what I want. So I ask you to look at that. We should start looking at these large ag lot parcels, divided. Look at our ag list in Oahu. Over 30 years, we have not provided awards to our agriculture wait list. So I just wanted to add and bring this up. I know you made your decision, you have your votes. We look forward to seeing how this project program will work, but it should be also offered to other low income. I'm not going to call any kind of other names you put there, but it's a low income beneficiaries that are having such a hard time to get INA. So thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless you. Happy holidays. Aloha wainai moku.
Okay, the next testifier, Georgie Navarro.
Mahalo for this opportunity to speak. And I have listened to our people. And it's so important to learn O-N-O. What does that spell out to you? Ono. So I have learned that in every process that we do, there's the ono. We all go to places where we find our ono. And this ono is all right here. We are looking for solutions, and we are continuing to look for solutions until you find the ono to make it right, to bring it forth to the people. How I learned this is through haumanas who have to dig the aina to make right for themselves. Where I'm going with this is that I have learned that lesson, that if we don't dig to clear out the opala, the rocks to clear, to build, right? That is the ono. The Mont has found the ono. Simple, very simple. Him and his wife has found the ono. I have walked on that ono. What, 4 years now, the Mont? I have walked it. I have seen it. Now I see it visually. But until you and everybody else that is here, everybody has a mission to find your ono. I have found my ono. I have found the ono in all of my people, no matter where we come from. But to learn of this man and his family, what they've been through, until you walk the walk, then you can talk. But this is definitely another way of finding your ono. Mahalo, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. We're gonna, Russell? Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
So Chair, staff who was at the table earlier and has listened to all of our beneficiaries and all of our commissioners, and we would still like to request that the motion or the action be taken as presented in the submittal, but in recognition of the, good mana'o and very valid concerns that Commissioner Neves and Commissioner Lasua and others have mentioned, we've decided that we'd like to see if you would be open to considering a permitted interaction group to head this effort. So we would still seek approval of the pilot project, but then, and I understand that has to take place at a properly agendized meeting, but the PIG would oversee the pilot project, would receive the reports
of staff and demand as we work through the pilot project. But more importantly, they would work through all of the difficult work ahead of us to come up with with the program, with the policy, what's the nature of the properties that are going to be put into the program, what are the legal hurdles that need to be addressed and navigated, what are the nature of issues with waitlisters, and how do we address their concerns. So that was something that, in hearing everyone's mana'o, that we wanted to throw out for consideration, in addition to respectfully requesting taking action on our submittal.
Okay, anything else, Julie? You good? Okay, I like the suggestion. I will put that on the agenda for next month's action regarding the appointment of a PIG to oversee this. But before we even do that, I think we need to take an action, either yay or nay. So I'd ask for a roll call on this action.
Chair, what are we taking action on?
On this action, the item, this particular action.
G6?
Pilot project.
The pilot project?
Right.
But it's
The
still-
PIG would come after. We need to put it on the agenda for me to establish a
Yes, well,
PIG.
I'm unclear if we're voting on this item, we should be establishing the PIG first. They've got to rewrite this item because it still has right of
Well,
entry.
I'm taking it this way, guys, so.
I'm sorry?
It's my discretion. I'm taking an action. We can vote it up or down, whatever you want, guy. You can vote on it.
Fine.
Okay, Kapoor.
Aloha, o wau ka puakili I kua kamai no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awa wa waenai mai au. Haole laha nau ia oi. Mahalo no ko mana'o a pau, aka mai oi. A ole mamake e mako hana I ka pilikia. I support this type of program. Unfortunately, I don't think we're ready to make a decision on this type of program today. This PIG and beneficiary consultation should precede your decision-making on whether we go forward with the pilot program. Because the pilot program of one only speaks to one that is equal resources, equal effort, ability that DeMont has demonstrated. DeMont really wants this, and DeMont is very good at figuring out how to do the things that he would like to do. So I commend him. I commend the department staffers that have worked with him towards these efforts. I commend this administration for being open and broad-minded on how do we get our kanaka iwi, our beneficiaries, on the AINA. And always remembering that we have that wait list. And it's come to my attention that DeMont has not been waiting for decades like many of the others, but that would be the one exception that perhaps we could make in this particular pilot program when you folks make a well-informed decision that does not put the department at risk for further litigation. We don't want any more Kalima cases. We don't want any more Nelson cases. We want to support what the beneficiaries have to offer us. He's come with a good plan. He and Julie have a plan, but it's not fully developed yet. And there are times where we may not have a fully developed plan, but this one here is still medium rare. Yes, Polole.
It's not a plan. We don't have any plan. We just wanted to look to.
Okay.
We have no
So-
solution. This was
so-
not a proposal. That's why we didn't have these beneficiary consultation. We didn't have anything to present to beneficiary consultation. We just wanted to say, can we look into this issue? And, we didn't have any plan.
Actually, what has occurred within the last 12 months? is a lot to consider. Considering he made the application 13 months ago, it's been 6 months, how successful and productive he has been. That right there is the beginning of a plan. That right there can start the beneficiary consultation. We don't always have to come with all the answers. Because between now and then, hold some community meetings with specific people that are in this situation. But I think we are not ready to actually approve this on this day. Mahalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I do support this type of
Chair,
innovation. Mahalo.
Chair, could I have, yes, I'd like the, several of us have questioned, the right of entry that we have approved in this past year. I'd like the AG to opine on whether we're within our fiduciary duties.
Good. You want to? It's been requested that we go into executive session. Is there a motion? Because of the potential litigation?
No.
Okay.
Chair, can I ask a question? Is there
Well,
any
she's requesting we go into executive session
is there any reason why we're going to executive session?
because it's a legal matter that may involve potential litigation, and she wants to advise us.
Okay, thank you.
So the commission will convene in executive session pursuant to section 92-584 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Chair, would you like Julie and I to stay or step out?
But can you stay? Yeah. Hey. I know. Going downhill. The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed its powers, duties, and liabilities related to the indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project. Now, the chair would entertain a motion for G6, approval of the indigent Native Hawaiian homesteading pilot project action item.
So moved.
Okay, I think let's do by roll call the vote.
Commissioner Freitas? Yes. Commissioner Kalekini? Aye. Commissioner Kalepa?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaneakua?
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua? Commissioner Marfil?
Aye.
Commissioner Namu'o?
Yes.
Commissioner Nevis?
Ole.
Chair Watson?
Yes.
7 ayes, 2 noes, motion carried.
Okay, congratulations, Damon. Now we'll all be watching you guys, so. You got his number, okay, good. Okay, now we're going back to C1.
Can I say something?
Sure.
First.
Kalepa, Commissioner Kalepa.
This is very important for you to set an example that this may become an opportunity through this pilot program for others to be able to do. So it's a heavy burden. It's a heavy burden that you're going to carry for the next year to prove to us and to the people that's going to be watching you that this is something that can be done. So I just want to let you know that we're all watching in good faith. So.
Okay, we're going to recall that agenda item C1 regarding the non-ink donation.
So Commissioners, aloha, Russell Kaupu. If you recall, C1 was the submittal that, the first submittal I did in this round of meetings. This was to approve a transfer of property. And I had identified a single TMK property. The developer group came up and did a presentation, and they were showing 2 adjacent parcels, 2 TMKs. I had proposed that I correct my submittal to add the second TMK, but on advice of our AG, we are going to defer that or move that approval of the second TMK to the next commission meeting in January. But Commissioner Nevis suggested that perhaps we should move the entirety of the approval to next January. I mentioned to Chair that the developer may have reason that they need or they want the approval today of that first piece, which is the larger of the 2 TMKs. And the Chair invited the developer back to explain why they would want that approval today. This is Patty Tankayo from Kalanianaole Development.
Okay, so I just wanted to address 2 things. Why this, from the questions yesterday, why this helps to take people off of the wait list and why the urgency. Okay, I am 100% agreement that we need to be taking people off the list. This whole island, everybody believes in that, but you also have to put them on the land too, because, you know, you need the water, you need the sewer, you need the roads. Yesterday, I spoke to an accelerated lease beneficiary who is living in his van. So the struggle is real. We need to get people onto the land too, not only award the lease. So it's $250,000 per lot for infrastructure, times that by 20,000. That's $5 billion. So while many people would accept,
you know, taking the raw land, it's just not realistic for many people on the wait list because it's hard to live off the grid. So my response to how does this help people, right? Get people off the list is that this is a strategic, like I said yesterday, it's going to unlock the Hawaiian Homelands Act with its full potential. This is something that's new, and you have to take a broad step to make it happen because it's something that's very urgent. And
Sorry, so what the commission called you back for, what the commission called you back for was to hear
Okay.
why you would want them to make the decision on the original submittal today, not defer it to.
Okay,
So
to
what
why
is-
today?
yeah.
Why today? Because it's urgent. We need to do it now. I need to literally get the performance done. I need to go and order the plans, specifications. I need to get the lenders in so that we can start getting revenue for the department. Because my proposal is for DHHL to get lease rent at no cost to the department. No cost to department. Lease rent, I'm going to share the revenue to help DHHL, help our Lahui to get people onto the land. And we need money for infrastructure. So we have to do as many things as possible, and that's the urgency.
So you need, I'm going to restate, but you need some indication from the commission that we're
Yes.
looking to move forward so that you can start expending funds or meeting deadlines?
Both.
Or all of the above?
It's all of the above. I need to start like tomorrow, if can. I need to start tomorrow so I can start getting the plans, working on the designs, getting the lending. These things take time. If we start now, I'm lucky if I'm trying to get it by 2026, in 2026. So it's urgent. We delay it, it's 3-4 months delay.
So Chair, respectfully request that the original submittal be voted on today, and then again in January, we'll bring back the addition of the second TMK.
Okay. I'm going to have to defer on this.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah. Walter, why don't you take it? I can't take it. I got to recuse myself from this particular vote. So can you chair it? Okay. They're asking to move forward on the original item.
Okay. So the request is to move forward on the original item. The second set that is immediately tied to this with the other TMKs will follow
Will be
next.
taken up in January when it's properly agendized for the commission.
Okay. So we're calling, we need a motion,
Chair, could I have I've got a
Yes.
question.
please.
So what you're saying is, what we directed you yesterday is not in this document? This is a document we received yesterday.
It was a TMK that
That's-
was missing. There's 2
And
parcels.
these were the corrections, is that correct?
I can't see, but is that the red line?
Yes.
So that reflects the two correct TMKs?
Right.
But unfortunately, because it wasn't on the agenda
Yes,
that went out for the meeting, you can't vote on that today. You can't act on that. We have to wait till next January to act on that.
So what are you asking for us to do today?
The original submittal without those changes. Just the one TMK.
Can you reiterate what those submittals?
I'm going to answer to the commissioner, if I could, please.
Yeah,
So-
you're not a commissioner.
Yeah, so it's, so you're asking us to go back to the original submittal without the second parcel.
Correct. And the submittal was approval to negotiate an agreement for, I'm going to say, transfer of a 19.354 acre parcel in Ewa, island of Oahu, TMK as stated therein. And again, to reiterate the presentation from yesterday, this is just allowing the staff to go forward and negotiate that agreement. We still have to come back to the commission for the approval of that agreement. but it gives the developer the signal from the commission that it's moving forward in the process so that it can reach out to its regulators, government people, and do the work that it has to do, including they start expending significant monies based upon that.
Okay, so, there's times where, commissioners, at least for myself, there's times where, when you listen to beneficiaries, it brings you back to home base. And yesterday, after listening to the beneficiaries' response to this, and the visit to the community last night, and a comment from Senator DeCourt about the concern from our illustrious Prince was, to rehabilitate the Hawaiians, we need to put them in the soil. So when we look at this as a gift or whatever we want to call it, or a donation, it's a donation with conditions. And I'm concerned that if you want to give me a gift, give me a gift. Don't give me a gift with under your terms. What I'm concerned about is that after listening to all of our beneficiaries last night, the need for land today, all of our needs for land, is that if you're going to give us a donation, let us decide how the land's going to be done. I think Native Hawaiians want to be on the land. We don't want. Yes, we'd love to have the money to do other lands, but if that's a gift for us, then we should decide as beneficiaries on how we're going to use that land.
I am we.
Yes, you're one beneficiary.
I'm the Lahui.
And there's many,
I'm
many
doing this
more.
for the Lahui.
Okay, please, let me
sorry.
finish. So the important part is that, I'm here for all the beneficiaries, the concerns of all the beneficiaries, and what we should be doing is trying to put people on the land, not take a gift that it comes with conditions. So I am not in favor of this. I'm in favor of give it to us, we'll decide what we put on it. If we decide, if we can rezone it, we should put residentials on there. So we can have people, where people live. That's what we've been saying all day. So I won't be in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
So call for the vote.
Any other comments?
We're asking for a motion on this recommendation.
Testimony?
Sign out empty, sorry. Yeah, oh, sorry.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second, then we can have discussion. Do we have a motion?
Let's have public comment first.
I'm sorry. Is there any motion? Okay. Namu, a second?
Yeah, it was seconded.
Okay.
Okay, my first second. Okay.
All right. So we have a motion on the table to accept the recommendation. Discussion. Is there discussion, any further discussion, any discussion that adds value to this?
At the home, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So not amongst the commissioners, but we'll accept testimony. Yes, please. We'll find out.
Aloha, Commissioners. I know it's been a very long day for all of us. Emotional. Yesterday, I just want you all to know that Ms. Tonkayo apologized to me for offending me, but she in no way during this process has offended me. So I just want to make that clear. But she also wanted to explain her proposition or the proposal or negotiation. Even after considering that discussion, my conclusion is that it's not what that submittal or this submittal has, it's how it was presented, right? And I already went through that in my testimony yesterday. When I thought about this, and I thought, well, you know, maybe if the word donation had been negotiation, it might have been a little bit more palatable for me to digest. But that's not what it said. And again, you're being asked to pass this when they don't even have the land. And that's the reason why they need you to pass it today, so that they can proceed with getting the land. Because if they can't get the land, what are we doing here? But they need your approval so that they can at least say, even though you got to come back next month to do the same thing, but they need your approval today so that they can at least proceed and say, we have this agreement. This has not been easy for me. Believe me, I've been through a lot in this room. Yesterday, I provided the definition of what? Anybody remember? Donation. Today, I want to provide you with the definition of insanity. Not from a dictionary, but from one of the most brilliant minds that I know, Albert Einstein, who said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. At times, that's how I feel. I come before this commission and past commissioners because I feel that my voice and those of other beneficiaries are listened to, but we're not being heard. I believe that change begins with accountability, but it thrives on persistence. So call me crazy. And that is what I'm holding this commissioner today to. Accountability. Not to what is being presented, but to all who are on the wait list. And in the words of our Queen, never cease to act because you fear you might fail. Whatever decision each of you make today, I want you to really think about this. None of us, not you, not anyone in this room, will understand or will know the full impact of your decision today. None of us. Why? We got to wait 65 years, but there's going to be commercial property on that land before we can tear it down and build homes for our people. Think about that. Yes, we're going to get funding, we're going to get rents, and that may help us move forward with getting people on the land. But the whole issue for us is the land. So instead of them going for the 19 acres at $6 million, the department go after that land for $6 million. Because we spent $25 million buying 9 acres of land here next to Kaupea so that we can build 60 homes. I truly am trying to really hold it together because I'm looking at every one of you in the face and I'm sitting here going, am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I insane to keep coming here time after time, hoping that you will hear me, not just listen to me, but hear me? And I hope today is that time. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Demont Manaole.
E aloha mai kako, te man kalaya mana ole. Co-manager of Hope Manapono LLC. Sorry, it's been a very long and emotional day. But I just want to say, you know, the $600 million that we got from the state, that thing is already, that ship is already sailed, and that money is already going to be bought. What little income that we can get from properties, you know what I mean? Every little bit helps. One way to build wealth is that you have multiple sources of income come in. Not every single thing gonna be only for build houses and whatnot. Sometimes you get property that is designed for, like, for example, down Kalaeloa. It's industrial area, right? Industrial area where businesses can thrive and they can bring in income to the department. So the bigger picture I see here is that for the first time in what I know of to be the history of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, we have a private entity saying, I want to donate land to Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I want to donate that. And of course, they're looking in it for something for themselves too, right? That's the art of doing business. But what we're getting in return is long-term investment, right? I'm not an investment banker, but I see the people at the top, man, they get stocks, bonds, they get all kinds of revenues coming in. You know what I mean? They're not just banking on one thing. So this project over here, to me, tell me that we're going to be able to get income coming in while we wait to be able to get the land for ourselves to begin with. And imagine if we was able to do that with Kamakanali'i. Imagine if that was the deal. Kamakanali'i, the people that get that is the Bartolo Group. That's the owners of the 49ers. And when you get stupid money like that, man, you see the rents they get over there. They get businesses run out all the time over there. You know what I mean? That's a very big income driving machine over there, right across the street. Imagine if after 65 years we was to acquire all that. Man, what we would have in our inventory is the value of that land developed that way, and that income would be all ours rather than the Bartolo Group. This is the same thing, right? In the end, whatever they develop over there, we're going to have 100% ownership. You know what I mean? So I just say that I think we should support this because it may encourage other private owners, landowners, to come this way and invest in us rather than investing in other areas in Hawaii. Thank you.
Okay. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know, sorry, Chair.
We've got a long J agenda. Let's vote on it. Go.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table for this item C1. So we'll vote by roll call, if you'll call the roll.
Let me make sure Commissioner Freitas is ready. Okay. Commissioner Freitas? Yes. Commissioner Kalekini? Yes. Aye. Commissioner Kalepa?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaniakua?
Yes.
Commissioner Lasua? Aole. Commissioner Marfield?
Aole.
Commissioner Namu'o?
Yes.
Commissioner Nevis?
Ole.
Okay, noting the recusal of Chair Watson, the vote is five yes, 3 noes. The motion is carried.
I have a note for the commissioners. You know, we come back every day of the week when nobody sees any of you folks working on behalf of the commission. And we get scolded a lot from that table sitting over there. And there are a lot of critics, but it's not the critics that count. It's the people that do the work, do the homework, and vote their conscience. This is not a unanimous decision. It's done by a majority. And I encourage you that people might call us insane for coming back and trying to do over and over and over and still be frustrated But I encourage you to continue the fight, continue to follow your hearts, because we are here for a good reason, and that is to make sure that we take care of the Hawaiian people, get them into shelter, get them on the land. And despite criticisms that each one of you have, personally, people emailing you, texting you, and badgering you in your own homes, stay in the fight. And we'll move together. Imua.
Thank you.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaniokua. Okay, thank you all for being here today to provide your valuable testimony to ensure that we can accommodate all testimonies within our allotted time. And we are only going to go to 4:30 today. We kindly ask each of you to be as concise and efficient as possible. Please limit your remarks to 10 minutes. And I'm going to be real strict on that because we have quite a few people, to allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated and will help us ensure a productive and timely session. Thank you for your understanding and adherence to this request. The first person, Miley Kilman Kaopua.
Aloha mai kako. Mahalo for being here today. Thank you all for being here, and recognition to everyone that has been here and all the ancestors that are here supporting us today. I am Maile Workpomi Kaupua. I am a Native Hawaiian beneficiary of the HHCA. And I do want to signpost that I do have three things that just kind of throughout the day I want to share. It wasn't originally what I was going to say, but I do want to say that I do have three things. One, which is the submittal of the J agenda that I had submitted earlier. Two, of a previous thing that I had, an issue that I had last year in December of 2023. Some of you are new, but I will revisit that and ask to kind of readdress that. And then the third would be a Native Hawaiian Beneficiary Association, just as an announcement for that. So I think there's a letter that was given to you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Thank you. So before I do that, I kind of want to preface what I had said earlier, which is that in the letter on the second page, it says, additionally, I have note, and it's on here. Additionally, I note that I have been unable to fully occupy the home due to conditions deemed uninhabitable and classified as a nuisance in fact. I submitted testimony regarding this matter in December of 2023, but have not received a response from the department. So for some of you that know what happened last year when I did give testimony, what I am saying to this that I would still like to work with the department. It was really unfortunate that the person that was of contact had retired soon after. So I am asking to see if there's some kind of person of contact where we can get with to resolve this issue. And I want to make sure that we do it in the proper way, and then eventually that this may lead to relocation for my husband and I, so that might ensue in a formal letter with the evidence that should and will be presented if we do get a meeting. So if the chairman, if you do see fit that this could happen, I would say that if I can request some kind of meeting outside separate, privately, or if we can do that and get to some kind of solution to this issue. My husband and I are actually paying a full mortgage in a house that we are not living in. And we are living somewhere else paying rent there. So it is something that we really need to kind of resolve and get to the point with that. So that's the signpost of the first thing that I wanted to say. Then for the J agenda submittal that I have today, and I'll just go ahead and read it quickly so that the rest of the audience may hear what I have to say.
And this isn't subject to documentation request for verification of a loan 19930. Aloha, my name is Maile H. Rickwoman Ka'opua, an HHCA Native Hawaiian beneficiary leasee. I became a homeowner of Hawaiian Homes Trust Lands in 2021 under lease number 11390, lot 17154 in Honolulu, Ewa, Oahu. I'm formally requesting documentation to clarify and verify a loan of 19930, which is reportedly linked to my name, and I want to emphasize that I have never applied for, consented to, or benefited from an HHCA Section 2014 for those are the loans that DHHA will offer, or other loans attributed to me by the Department of or the State of Hawaii. Such an action fundamentally conflicts with my rights in Kuleana as HHCA beneficiary, which I value, uphold, and protect. It also undermines the self-determination principles meant to empower the Native Hawaiian beneficiary under the HHCA. The lack of clarity surrounding this loan raises some concerns, serious concerns about the systems of administration and the use of trust resources intended to benefit Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. I'm requesting the department to provide within 30 days the following documentation to verify and confirm the existence of this loan 19930 in alignment with my rights under the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act and HHCA debt guidelines. Number one, original loan contract, a complete copy of the contract for loan 19930, including all terms and conditions and reference schedules. Promissory note and acceptance of terms and documentation of the loan amount, requested repayment terms, and my signature and the date, my affixed signature, and date confirming my formal agreement. Counterpart in original contract or proof of agreement, verification to the contract and was mutually agreed upon. And also 4, 5, and 6, consumer rights information, detailed itemization of charges, beneficiary rights information. Please send all requested documents to my Waimanalo home that I do share with extended family. I prefer to be contacted by email, and because this is a public forum, I leave that portion out, but here it is in front of you. So this is what we are trying to resolve. I do want to bring awareness that this is something that is not unique to my situation here. I was hoping that I would get some kind of, I think the word is elucidation, from the department to explain what this contract was all about. I do read what was given to me, and there's some things that I did not sign at the time of the lease. So I want to make sure that I want to clarify, because in the end, as a Native beneficiary, it is a right and not necessarily a placement. I understand that we could look at relocation. I do feel that all of us here who are qualified beneficiaries, that we do have the right to exercise under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and be respectful for what is outlined for us to clearly enjoy the benefits of what the intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was for. And without going into details about that, but that is where we are at. I was hoping that because this is a public forum, that I wanted to bring awareness that this is happening not only to me. I did receive in the mail just yesterday a copy from, I guess maybe for the delinquency department, of a bill that was owed on this loan that I am still trying to find out if you or anyone else outside, if I'm just taking this outside of the department, that if you made a contract with someone, it is between you and that entity, and your signature affixed to that. So that is what I'm seeking. I am seeking for that contract, and I just want to make sure that we can either find some way to get resolution on that. And then the third thing would be that I am a special needs parent. I read everything. I try to understand and comprehend what is being said for my child, to advocate for my child who cannot for herself. So in this case, for our beneficiaries, our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries who are qualified, we have something called a procedural safeguard in our community, and what that does, it explains exactly how to proceed if there are issues, things that needs to be resolved, and what steps that we can take as parents or guardians for our children. We do not have that for ourselves. our Native beneficiaries do not, and it's in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to organize and to do that, because Homestead Association is the presence of a region for beneficiaries, if you are a leasee. This is for people that are post-leasees, but those that are the waitlisters, everyone that also received, that had been given a lease, this applies to you. I would also say that if you are interested, this is a grassroots type of organization that anybody wants to come and be part of this and create something so that we are and have a system of communication with the department so that we understand where we need to go, because this invisible trauma is still there and we are all suffering from it. But I do want to address this, and I do ask if the chairman would give me some time, that if we could get some kind of maybe like another meeting, and please assign me if you could, so we can take this out where and take care of business.
Yeah, see Juan right over there in Kalani. Talk to him, and then we'll get most of the information that you're requesting to you. So we're going to have a more informed discussion, and then I'll be happy to meet with you after that.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, the next person on the J agenda, Homelani, Shadell. Got 10 minutes.
Aloha. So I'll make this quick, because one of the benefits of being able to attend the meeting in person is that I can pull department staff aside that either has not responded to my email or who has not called me back. So I just wanted to let you know that my reason for being on the J agenda was to address a few projects that we have in Maluahai that I wanted updates to as we close out the year, so that I know how we're going to plan for 2025. So in terms of our traffic calming project, which I've been working on for 12 years, we did have Tsutsumi and Associates come out and do a presentation to our community, and we saw what plans or the design of the anticipated traffic calming project is. During one of our meetings, one of our lessees made it very explicitly clear she did not want the hump behind her home. And so I wanted to make sure that I addressed that, and I did so with Kalani. So he will take that into consideration. But I also asked, and he suggested a schedule. He would go back to staff that is working on this project for us here in Maluahai, and he will come up with a schedule, which I anticipate getting by next commissioners' meeting, if not before. The other project that I've been working on is our 3 easement project. And HSD with Juan, they've already done their part. So I am still waiting on LDD, again, Kalani, to determine what the next steps are. And so he will be addressing that, and I've asked him to give me updates. And so that's what he's going to do. And basically what this is another project I've been working on for 12 years. And it's the lessees have easements in the back of their fence that they're supposed to maintain. These 3 easements were never included in the VOCA paperwork. So consequently, they've had to do that. And I saw no reason for that to happen. So the department agreed. I worked with VOCA, but now I'm not even sure where we're at. So I want an update, and Kalani will provide that. The other issue that I had was addressing parking problems within our homestead. And I was able to speak to David, who actually has been the only one that calls me when I call him. And I really appreciate that, David, wherever you are. But, you know, I know we all go through this in different homesteads, but I can only speak to mine. And we've been trying for years to figure out a way. But ultimately, we cannot please everyone every time, right? We cannot please all people all of the time. So our board has decided that with the calendars that we provide to each of our homes as a small token of our board and our association, we include a flyer typically in it. And one page of the flyer is letting our people know in Molokai that we will be reaching out to HPD to request regular citation checks. That's everything. And I've included the portions of Traffic Code 15 on it. And so whether they choose to read it or not is their choice. Whether they choose to adhere to it or not, that's their choice. We are not going to know when HPD comes in to do their sweep. But if they get cited or citation, or if they get towed, then they'll have to incur the costs. So those are the things that I wanted to address before you, and to let you know that I have made contact with the proper staff to provide me some answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good news, right?
The next witness, J3 Alhi.
Aloha, Commissioners. I submitted written testimony which described the actions DHHL has taken over the past 10 years to deny me and other homesteaders the ability to use Hawaiian homelands to practice our culture in business. Today, I would like to talk about the vital role in perpetuating our culture that Hawaiian homelands and this commission has in promoting Hawaiians in business. Native Hawaiians have always been professionals, engineers, doctors, contractors, educators, navigators, artists, and linguists. In fact, Native Hawaiians have fulfilled every profession to be a vibrant, thriving society. Culture is a living thing. So when the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act says you have to give land to Native Hawaiians so we can practice our culture, it includes business. 65 years ago, when I started to attend Kamehameha, I was taught that Hawaiian culture could not coexist equally with Western culture. Those Hawaiian professions that were rarely spoken of were inferior to comparable Western professions. The mission of good and industrious men and women was measured in terms of Western terms. Kamehameha was to turn out laborers, not professionals, and certainly not business owners. Hawaiians were not capable of acquiring the knowledge necessary to compete at the highest levels. We were not told about people like Isabella Iona Abbott, an expert Hawaiian botanist. It took the efforts of many people to plant the seeds that today includes all professions as part of good and industrious men and women to debunk the myth that Hawaiian society and its culture were inferior and certainly not up to business. The next step is to provide opportunities to compete at the highest levels. I was personally told by my Kamehameha graduate counselor that Hawaiians don't go to MIT. A generation later, my daughter went to MIT. Hawaiians are provided opportunities to be educated at the best schools if they want to. All of us, whether we left Hawaii or stayed to be educated, were told to learn and help other Hawaiians. The seeds of the Hawaiian Renaissance were planted. The myth of Kon-Tiki, that Hawaiians were incapable of navigation and came to Hawaii by the fate of the winds and the currents, was debunked. The romanticized version of Kamehameha being driven by a divine force to unite the islands, where other ali'i had failed, was explained. There may have been a divine force to unite the islands, but Kamehameha used resources available to him at the time, guns and diplomacy, to unite the islands. It is in our Hawaiian culture to use the resources available to us to better our lives, including in business. I was reminded of a story by a good personal friend, Danny Akaka Jr., of practicing his culture. Danny was a cultural curator at Maunalani and was responsible for overseeing the repairs to a fish pond on site. One day he was making the makaha, the gate that allows the small fish to come into the pond but keeps the predators, like barracuda, out. As he struggled to build the makaha out of the hau branches in the traditional and cultural way that the Westerners tell us to do it, an old Hawaiian man approached him and asked him, "What are you doing?" When Danny explained he was making the makaha, the Hawaiian man remarked, "If you had PVC pipe in the 1700s, the Hawaiians would have used it." This reminded me of my own son, who was helping to restore the He'ia fish pond. He asked me to come to the pond and see if I could help restore it. I did and told him I would bring my heavy equipment in and use larger stones to build the walls. I would also use culverts to make the sluice gates so the makaha would hold. This shocked my son because he was taught at Kamehameha that the fish pond needed to be restored the same way it was built, by thousands of hands, not by mechanized machinery. He consulted the people, is that? Okay, okay, thank you. He consulted the people in charge, and the fish pond remained in disrepair for years. Today it has been rebuilt using mechanized equipment. When Holiku Drake asked me to provide phones because Hawaiian Telephone would not, I met with individual commissioners who were reluctant to trust a native Hawaiian with such a responsibility. If a company like Hawaiian Telephone couldn't do it, how could a native Hawaiian? At that time, the commission was made up of many kupuna. I reminded each of them of their own words said to their keiki and mo'opuna, that they were to educate themselves and come back and help Hawaiians. I explained the next step in ensuring our culture was to provide those opportunities. Here, DHHL was faced with Hawaiian Telephone being unwilling to provide service to all of Hawaiian homelands. And where they did, DHHL paid for the infrastructure. I offered an alternative. Grant me the same thing you give to Hawaiian Telephone, but condition the use of the Hawaiian homelands on providing service to all homesteaders, not just the ones I want to, but to all homesteaders at no cost to DHHL. They did, and for the next 25 years, all homesteaders that wanted service had service. Using Hawaiian homelands to keep our culture alive by promoting Hawaiians in business is a major step. It is like the tragic maiden voyage of Hokulea. It would have been easy for the Polynesian Voyaging Society to shelve proving that Hawaiians knew how to navigate. You who are in positions of responsibility and authority have to believe. Having native Hawaiians using Hawaiian homelands to do business will come. However, it is a major threat to Western businesses. So what is a native Hawaiian businessman? And that practices business culturally. Hawaiian culture is malama aina. This morning you heard Commissioner Nevis talk about the LIMU projects when you're doing undersea cables. When I laid the inter-island cable connecting all of Hawaiian homelands, nobody told me how to do it. I knew how to do it. The technology at that time was trench the reef. I drilled from land out past the reef before we came out. That's what a native Hawaiian businessman does when he practices his culture. Another example is I laid all of the cables on land, underground. I went through Lahaina, underground, into Wailuku. So when the Lahaina fire came and wiped out Lahaina, but spared the Hawaiian Homes community, as soon as electricity came on, that community had fiber optics and internet connection. And at that time, I offered to connect all of the cell towers so that all of the emergency responders could have service and all of the people in Lahaina could have service. Our lieutenant governor said I was disingenuous. I don't know how you're disingenuous when you have a live fiber and you offer it to help. But I obviously don't understand all things. So that's what using Hawaiian homelands culturally by a native Hawaiian means. You don't have to force them to do it correctly to Malama Aina. We understand it. We do it. So I had to navigate the business requirements of getting authorized by the PUC. Is that me now? I'm sorry. Okay. I'll wrap this up. When I had the support of DHHL, I was able to borrow and invest over $400 million just for Hawaiian homelands. DHHL then took all of that away from me, and it's all in the written comments that I submitted to you. Happy holidays. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next J agenda person, J5, Kahaunani Mahoi Tion. Okay. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Aloha. The next person, J6, Liana Napoleon.
She's on. Hi everyone. Hopefully you guys can hear and see me.
Okay.
May I please get the share screen?
Oh, yes, sorry. She did ask for that. Okay.
Alright, is everybody able to see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it. Oh, there she go.
Okay. Just providing a very simplified update from our neck of the woods from Molokai and specific to the Nakipa subdivision. So just wanted to kind of share out some of the efforts that we have been doing here on the ground in terms of preparing community-wide, so more internally with each of our ACs in specific to partnerships along with upskilling and training that is going on. So I believe one
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Kahakua Koi Piper. Demont? No? J10. Let's, okay. How about Jojo Tanimoto?
Jojo is definitely there.
Oh, Demont, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm driving my wife crazy over here. Hello, my kako.
Just hang on, Jojo.
Sorry, Jojo, Demont came back. So,
You'll be on shortly. Good.
Yeah, Dimon Kalai Manaole, co-manager Homana Pono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation operating on the Waianae Coast. And I just wanted to be able to be on the agenda to say that I look forward to continue to working with the commission, with the department, and hopefully to bring all Hui to the table that we can unite as one to be able to work towards furthering our efforts to get everybody on the home, on the lands, and to be able to grow our trust. As you know that every year I attend the legislative sessions and track my own bills and stuff like that, but we find what we do by just focusing on everything that deal with DHHL. I wanted to let you know that because of the work that we've been doing, finally, after 10 years of doing this work all on our own dime, people starting to take what we do seriously. And so there's some homesteaders that came to see us and asked us to advocate for them to the department for what they feel is wrong. And I would just like to also send out word to our Lahui that rather than attack the department or the commission, come see me. I will help you. I will help you to try to advocate. Now, if can, no can, no can. If, I see a situation where you're being evicted and there was already an ejectment order filed by the courts, there's nothing I can do. You know what I mean? But I know that there's a way to work issues out. I just want to help to move our Lahui forward in unifying with this trust, unifying our people. So if you see what we do, we come in like that, just know that I have no ill will or intent. The intent is just to help advocate for our people and to be there for a voice for them. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you guys for the vote of confidence today, and I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize letting you guys down, because this is bigger than me. This is for our people. So thank you guys. Aloha.
Okay, aloha. Thank you. Okay, Jojo Tanimoto. No, there's no way.
she did. She just, okay,
No
so
way.
she called.
She's on there?
Mike, did we pull her accidentally?
Okay, why don't we go with Kekoa Inamoto?
Okay. Oh, let me start.
Aloha. Aloha.
So I am a Waialawi Hawaiian homesteader, co-founding director of the upcountry nonprofit Hawaiian Development Corporation and Community Development Corporation, or CDC. I'm a retired 29-year newspaper woman with the Honolulu Straggler and the Mountains. Ho'opena seeks to address Jail Land Management Division is obligated to respond within 30 days to confirm if the pre-application is complete. As background, DHL had completed an EIS and master plan in 2019 for the subject Leilani acreage. But this homeland's tract has remained fallow in the ensuing 5 years. Meanwhile, Hawaiian County is launching efforts to raise $327 in G70 planning fees via the County of Maui Housing Department, legislative TIA or grants and aid, and the Thriving Communities grant-making program introduced by the Resources Legacy Fund. The homeland's use permits that LMD oversees are vital. For example, Hawaiian is implementing 3 grant projects totaling $324,000 in value on 127 acres, to which the CDC received a 10-year long-term license just last March. The grant initiatives are structured to train lessee and waitlist OPO to be successful multi-generational farmers and ranchers. In conclusion, Hawaiian continues to work cooperatively with DHL to place 245 beneficiary ohana on the Leilani South acreage. And as Homeland Shadell said an hour ago this afternoon, we quote, need this land. Therefore, Hawaiian looks forward to LMD notifying us by or before December 30th, the 30th business day since submission of our pre-application, if the pre-application packet is complete. Mahalo. And happy holidays, everyone.
Same to you. Thank you.
Kapua is speaking for Patty.
Kapua?
Oh, thank you. Okay. So let's go to Jojo.
Oh, she came back.
Yeah.
Jojo Tanimoro?
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I live in Kauai High, and I don't know if you can hear me well. It's broadband. I'd like to make a correction to LE, and that is that the line came to Kauai High. It did not connect Hawaii, but it went out to Maui. And in fact, we have 2 fiber optic cables come from Kauai High. They go out the ocean to Maui. Kauai High is not connected. So that's the other part of my broadband. What I'd like to do is, last month, the housing department had a matrix on Kauai High. And I had asked to update that information. And now I see this month we have the same matrix for the recent application, and nothing has changed. So I'd like to ask again, I know I saw Laura earlier. I'd like to also ask about the Millennium Parkland Company and the Duluth Transportation Company that are listed as industrial leases with income to Hawaiian homes, but nobody yield. So I was wondering if they would update the information. I didn't see anything and so Chair, I'd like to ask for the homestead services. It's a new request, and I'd like their help because when we're doing the regional plan updates, we also checked into property taxes. And we found a disparity among some of the new people that got leases, transfers, successors, vacant lots, and they are not aware of the homeowner exemption for property taxes. So footings are getting like $5,000 and $6,000 bills, but they should be getting less than $1,000. And so the association here is looking into letting them know, but since you guys are going through the steps now of giving out all of these new awards and the housing division $2,000 a year is pretty expensive with cost of living out here. The second thing I wanted to ask is, the population in this matrix still leaves the Mackay and the Harbor subdivisions out of the population. So now the county and the state that are trying to work within the homestead area, they don't seem to recognize that these people are here. And even though you went and came and helped to clear up the Hawaiian streets, you got people walking around in the backyard. They're not supposed to. And so, that's why we like to get this, correct. The other thing I noticed is your agenda item 5 on co-op. We're not understanding what this project has to do with the Hawaiian community. In fact, we have a problem with the erosion and flooding and that kind of thing all into the ocean, on the coral, in the fish beds, and our area is in a historic co-op fish habitat. And even the big ships that come into the harbor, they drop their anchor. Those things are huge, even the military. They drop the anchor right outside. And, what can that do? So I'm not sure how this project is supposed to work for Kauai High. So I'm asking for a beneficiary consultation so that the department can address Kauai High especially, so that people understand it. We got two horrible harbors, and talk about the get to the bad. Now I'd like to follow up on stuff that we had asked ongoing since last year in May. The association had asked about an update on the water subsidy, and we haven't heard anything on the subsidy. The subsidy was originally given to us 30 years ago with the condition that the department would find us water. They didn't do anything, and then they took the subsidy away. And so now the cost of water in the Kailua subdivision is nuts. So what we'd also like to ask is, how do we get the county water line across the Honokua Gulch? Because according to the regional plan, you guys are going to use that area, and it's just over the bridge. It's not across a couple of bridges or whatever like before. Things have changed. So we'd like to find an answer what needs to get in order to get this transmission line over here. We don't see the streams running, so we don't see any recharge in any kind of aquifer around here, hazel water. And we also found out that the lands up above where the ranches are, they dike up the stream to feed the animals. But when we have fire, there's no fire protection because there's no pressure and not enough water. So we want to get that one done too. Also, the county planning department has created an investigative group to look into the problem of potable water, with Kauai High included. And so we'd like to update whatever information we can get for water in Kauai High. I know I'm going to miss a lot of stuff. Yeah. So, I have a request that I put into before the Camara, what is that, LDD or LND, to get an archaeological report for the fire break system that they reported on last month in Kauai High. And this archaeology report is a requirement for these people. We can't find it. I thought it was only me, but some of the other members went and tried to check as well, and nobody we'd like to ask for this report because we're still trying to work on our evacuation of Kaiapao, and that would help a lot. We'd also like to ask, let's see. Okay, so the other thing is we have the small boat harbors here. And when the traffic down at the harbor was really full, and like the wind condition that we had had for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, it's like the transmission I had waiting for my turn to speak. You guys canceled me out. I'm watching you guys and all of a sudden, I'm out of here. And then I gotta wait to be connected and all this kind of stuff. So I think it needs to come to the commission, to ask the commission for help. Because we're not getting communication from that department. And I know I'm missing a lot of stuff, but I'll leave it at that and hope that you guys get back to us, especially on the property tax. That would really help the people that you are trying to give pieces out to, and the people that are here that have been paying these high rates without knowing that they can take exemptions. So if you can help us out, really appreciate it. Happy holidays, happy birthday, all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jojo. We'll get the notice out regarding the property tax exemption. The last person, Kapua Kamai.
Kapua, you're muted.
Sorry, I had to leave. I know that you folks took a vote, but I just want to close some thoughts on the pilot program that was just approved. Pilot program is not a pilot of one. So what I also just wanted to add is that there should be more people involved in a pilot because, as I mentioned, I know that brother is going to succeed because he's good. And I have no problem. Actually, I encourage this type of innovation, but the pilot shouldn't be based on the one that is 100% going to succeed. It should be based on everybody, to include those that will have the challenges that demolish around to where we're doing more acquisitions, we're doing other type of engagements, whereas has already been shared by former Commissioner Patty Cerulla. Our own project in the Waianae Mobile got shelved till phase 2. What phase 2? Nobody said that there's gonna be another $600 million come our way, especially when we don't know what tomorrow's gonna hold. But the Waianae Mobile is suffering. And then when you wanna move monies around, take money from one program, one project, so that you can create a new project, new acquisition, how does that help our beneficiaries get on the land? I'm pretty sure that our Waianae Voice of America in Masili, we would have had people on the land within 5 to 6 years. But no, we've acquired other land that have to start from scratch. So much has already been decided, but we need the commissioners to try your hardest to reach out to the other constituents, the waitlisters, and those like me that have already been blessed with a home. For I know I have been served, but I have 3 waitlisters in my household. And the other one that's even older than me, we know that he won't be living in it, but his name will be there, and we'll have our family member that can carry it because we want to keep our homeland home. We want to help them and help to ensure that our people can be here. So I don't consider myself as attacking innovation. I love innovation and I appreciate what Director Kali Watson has brought to the table. But I just want to caution the commissioners that maka'ala and confer and consult with other people as you can. I mean, who can read 500 pages in less than a week? Sometimes only 2 to 3 days. So maybe we need the department staffer to personally speak to you about it so that when you come to the commissioners meeting, that you can be better engaged. So I want to thank you folks for all of your time and your consideration, but please, let's not lose any more of our informed advocates, our informed kia'is, because there are many kia'is that no longer attend the commissioners' meetings because they feel that their voices are no longer being heard, because they were being attacked as being the have, trying to block the have-not. And that's not what we're trying to do. Because we have what we do, we want even better for them to come. Because each and every one of us, Lexi, has beneficiaries in our house. So why wouldn't we want them to have what we have? But we also want to protect the trust. We also want to make sure that the dollars that we spend is for our people. Regarding developers that need our approval before they can proceed. What happened to having the developers that came with their package, that were financially ready and able to do it, and when they presented to us, they had a package. If we haven't had any of those, perhaps we should. What does it take to go and find a developer that's already got the plan, that's already working, and doesn't need to wait for us because their program is so good they could go to somebody else? Our program is excellent, but we don't want to be abused or misused. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you again, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kapua. Okay, we've come to the end of our agenda. Mahalo for participating, especially the commissioner. Thank you for your patience and perseverance. Next month's regular meeting is scheduled for January 21st and 22nd, a Tuesday and Wednesday, rather than a Monday and Tuesday, here at Hale Ponui, starting at 9:30 a.m. There is no community meeting in January. The next community meeting is with the Kapolei community in February. We are adjourned.